Welcome to Flight 9, everybody. Have we been waiting for this day? I've been following the chat for the past hour while I was preparing 20 monitors around me for the live stream. Thank you all so much for showing up again. Tradition first, spam the chat where you're from, because this, especially to those who don't know this that much, it shows them that this spaceflight community is from the entire planet. So please do chat where you're from. And oh boy. Well, here we go. There's the chat racing. Sanford, Florida, that's right around the corner from me. Czech Republic, we have Germany, we have Spain, we have Central Idaho, we have Finland, Philippines, oh my God, France, UK, London, Morocco, Norway, you get the idea, Poland. It's insane. And that is the best thing about the spaceflight community is exactly what you can see in the chat there right now. It's a global thing. It unites, and I'm very, very happy to be a part of this. Hungary, Croatia, somebody from Mars. You have a head start. We're trying to get to you. Stay safe, we'll save you. Paris, Indianapolis, that's where my sister lived until like 15 years ago or so. I watched the Indy 500 in Indianapolis at the Indianapolis Speedway. Never forget that. Netherlands, India, Yorkshire, Ghana. Look at that. It's incredible. That's what this is. Thank you so much for showing up. We have 4,000 people already. We are here for Flight 9. Some call it Flight 7.3. And there's a reason for that. The last two flights, they haven't done much. We had beautiful booster catches. We had we saw beautiful launches, ascents, separations, and everything. And after that, the Block 2 ships were a little bit cursed. I'll go into that in detail later on to explain why flights 7 and 8 failed, because it's actually a different reason, and it's quite interesting actually. I would have not expected that before the report. If you have questions, hashtag question and then your question, our moderators will pick it up and I'll answer as many as I can, as always. If you put a super chat on it, it goes higher up in the list. That's just because I prefer those that directly support the channel. It doesn't mean your question is less important, but we normally get so many questions that I can't answer all of them, and that's how I prioritize. So if you want to have a good chance, attach a dollar or coffee money to it, and it's already a super chat, and it goes a little higher in the list. We have a special thing today because 6 years ago, I sat down in front of a very cheap camera that was resting on a pile of books, and I recorded my first episode actually 3 days ago. 6 years ago, and today, 6 years ago, I released that episode. So this is our 6th anniversary. It's Starship Flight 9 and our 6th anniversary on the same day, which is insane. And it's another testament for how crazy this spaceflight community is. I quit my job a few weeks before I recorded that first video. That's how dedicated I was back then. And I'm very, very happy that I pushed through those 6 years and that we're sitting here today. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for watching this with us. Furthermore, you might see that counter in the corner there. We're very, very close to 600,000 subscribers. And of course, we hope that we are going to break that number today. So if you haven't subscribed yet, we actually have 4,600 people watching. I presume most of those are already subscribed, but later on during these streams, many people show up that aren't subscribed yet. If you aren't yet, push the button. Let's try to get that over 600,000, because we'll be flipping if you make that happen. Okay, keep your questions coming. I'm going to start this by first of all, let's switch over to the camera so that we can take a look at what we're actually going to see launch today. Because we have cameras out there, exactly. So this is our long shot. We call it Lone Palm because it's out in the dunes next to the beach in Boca Chica, or actually in Starbase, Texas now. and it's sitting out there right next to a palm tree, and it's the only palm tree in the area, so we called it Lone Palm. That is our wide angle shot. We have another one that we call it Arrakis because it's sitting in the sand, and in homage to Dune, we called it Arrakis. That is close up to the pad, and we're going to switch between those two cameras until SpaceX goes live, because their cameras are directly on the pad and directly on the rocket, and all the way on the top they have IMAX cameras sitting and things like that, and you can't really top that. So our tradition is normally, as soon as SpaceX goes live, we'll let them talk, we'll let them explain, and we'll watch their feed together, which is normally a lot of fun. I'm already seeing some super chats coming in. Thank you so much, guys, for supporting us. That is essential. It's the crowdfunding surrounding our channel is massive at this point. We have, I think, 7,000 active supporters that give us money each month, and without this, all this wouldn't be possible. So thank you to everybody who's super chatting us. Okay, so this is flight 9 or 7.3. On top you see ship 35. On the bottom you see booster 14-2. The reason why it's called -2 is because they're reusing this one, January 16th of this year, actually. So a little more than 5 months ago, this booster flew on flight 7. It brought its Starship up. After that, the Starship didn't want to work much, but the booster did its job, and it's going to do its job today again. It is not going to be caught. The reason for that is not that SpaceX deems it too risky because it is a already flown booster or anything. It's because they are testing things with this booster today that booster is not going to survive. They want to check. The booster goes through different burn phases. You have the ascent, you have the return, and you have the landing burn. And the landing burn normally is powered by 3 engines. SpaceX is going to deliberately shut down one of those engines and have one of the center ring engines take over for that engine that in the middle shut down. And this, of course, they do to test redundancy, but it also raises the risks, because if that engine doesn't take over, the booster is going to have a hard time. So that's why they are not catching it today. They could, but due to that, it just makes more sense to send it out into the Gulf, and that's what they're going to do. And we have Jordan out there. If he's likely tuned into the stream right now, shout out to Jordan. He's on South Padre Island trying to get footage of that booster crashing into the ocean. We are going to try to show that on the live stream. If that's not possible, you're going to see it on the next episode, because it's a very remote spot he's in. But he is out there, which is that's pure dedication. So huge shout out to Jordan. Huge shout out to the rest of the team. I see Jonathan sitting here in the background. He's managing the stream with me. My wife is right next to me. She's managing the stream with us. Jonathan, exactly. My wife is sitting right there. She is already collecting your questions and managing things in the background. We have more people in the background. We have Captain Fish. We have tons of moderators in the chat. There's Love y'all. There's Supine Duck. That is Jordan. So he is listening into the stream, of course. We have so many people working to make all this happen. So shout out to the entire Y team. Show them your love in the chat. Okay, so this is Flight 9 in a nutshell. We are going to see exactly the same stuff we were supposed to see on Flight 7 and 8. The Starship is going to launch. Shortly after, we're going to see the separation. We're going to see the booster return to the Gulf, do the aforementioned, so test an engine failure and a redundancy, and then it is supposed to even cut its landing burn early, so short, so that it slams into the ocean, because they want to test the forces on the booster as well. So booster 14 is not going to look good after that, but it's done its job already, and it's going to do it again today. So shout out to booster 14. Ship 35 is on top. That is a Block 2 Starship, and since SpaceX started launching Block 2 Starships, they've had these failures. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's related to Block 2. So keep your hate for Block 2 down. It might actually just be because SpaceX is constantly changing things on these prototypes. Each time they build one, it is different from the last one. And when you change things, you make mistakes. And those mistakes are actually very important, because they tell SpaceX what the right way is, and then they fix it and they build another one. And that's what testing is all about. So if you've seen in your tabloid newspapers, and there are quite a few outlets out there that have some very clickbaity headlines. If you've read there in the past few months that SpaceX is failing and Elon Musk has lost interest in Starship and so on and so forth, just because 2 Starships failed You cannot say that. SpaceX is working hard. I know a few of the engineers working at Starbase in person. These people are so extremely dedicated. You cannot imagine. They are working their butts off to get this stuff done, and they don't have a single Starship to waste. So they're not just sending another one to see if it's going to fail again. They have put all their hardship and work and long hours into this prototype, and they did the same with 8 and 7. And that's the thing. 7 failed because it had something called oscillating resonance. The engines created vibrations in the Starship, and that creates spots in which those vibrations can create damage, especially on fuel lines and stuff that breaks easy. And so there was a leakage in the so-called attic above the engines, which created a fire on the Starship, which caused its demise. Flight 8, though, was an engine failure, so it was a different thing. For a long time, a lot of outlets, especially on YouTube, have said that this might be the same, it might be related to the same thing that Flight 7 ended with. I have been saying for some time that it must be engines, because SpaceX has been testing Raptor engines at McGregor like crazy. And that is always a sign for them concentrating on something. And so that's why I said it might be engines, and in the end it was engines. That doesn't mean that those that had other theories didn't do their analysis. Speculations are speculations, and sometimes you're right and sometimes you're wrong. And so but yeah, it is a different thing than it was on Flight 7, and that is very important, because that means that just because 7 and 8 failed, 9 doesn't have to fail. If it would have been the same reason, I would be way more agitated today. But since Flight 8 was a different reason, this is just normal testing. You will find problems, and they found 2 unrelated problems on these 2 flights, and they fixed both of them. And now we're going to see if Flight 9 either works or finds another problem. That's what testing is about. I'm rooting for Flight 9. Chat, what do you think? Give me a 1 if you think Starship is going to make it all the way to splashdown. Give me a 0 if you think not. That is, I've been polling the community quite a few times in the last few weeks, and it's funny to see how opinions change. The closer you get to a launch, it shifts around. So there you go. There's plenty of 1s in there. That is definitely an abundance of 1s that I can see, and that is a good sign. I would be chatting a 1 as well, guys. You make me hopeful. 1.5 and the 3 as well, just to be safe. We've mentioned those. We have another 2, but yeah, as you can see, that's the thing. Most are confident that SpaceX is going to do this, and I am as well. Even though 7 and 8 make it really hard to say that, because man. I on Flight 7 I couldn't believe that Starship didn't make it, because the ones before it worked just flawlessly, even though they were half roasted during reentry, but they made it. 7 was this what the heck moment where the Starship didn't make it, and 8, because back then I honestly believed, yeah, look at this, lots of 1s. Thank you guys, 1s are great. And Flight 8, when that failed, the first thing I thought, and that's probably what most people thought, was why didn't they fix it? Why couldn't they fix the problem they had on 7? Why did they just send another Starship and it does exactly the same thing? But that's us standing on the outside. SpaceX did fix it, and SpaceX worked hard to make Flight 8 not fail, and it was a different thing. And so, yeah, here we are sitting. Actually, just how much is it? 2 months. What was Flight 8? March 14th, 16th? So it's not that long. It's not been that long. And we're sitting here again, soon seeing SpaceX fuel this stack again and going for it again. We are going to do the entire show with you guys. We have Jonathan as a co-host. We have a few things that we're going to show. Like I said, I'm going to answer tons of questions, and we're going to watch SpaceX comment this thing, and I'm going to stay here with you until it hopefully splashes down in the Indian Ocean. And then we're going to do the typical half-hour analysis after that. And then I'm going to go crazy working, because I want to get an episode out tomorrow, which normally you should have been released today, but it would have been news for 4 to 5 hours. So we decided to do that tomorrow. So we have quite a bit of stuff left after this launch. but right now we're looking forward to that. Okay, let me see if I can answer a few questions so that I don't go like crazy behind. Just real quick for everybody who has just joined us, because it's been 3,000 people since I said that. Today is Starship Flight 9. We see ship 35 on top of booster 14-2. Flight 7 and 8 were unrelated, so there are good chances that Flight 9 is going to make it to a splashdown again. That is what we're hoping for. Today is also what about its 6th anniversary. So 6 years ago, I uploaded my first video, and we are very, very close to 600,000 subscribers. So if you haven't subscribed yet and you want to give us a birthday gift to the entire Y team, click the subscribe button. All right, so let me see if this, Jonathan has been working like crazy in the background, and he made a new tool for me to show questions. So if I just, let's put Matt on, because that's actually a good one. There we go. So Matt is asking, what time is the launch? You have a countdown timer in the upper left. That should be precise to the point at which the launch window opens. That doesn't technically mean that the rocket is going to launch in that moment, because we're looking at a prototype, but this is how much is left until the launch window opens, and the launch window is, I think, an hour again. So a recycle is very unlikely. If they call it, they call it. That's it. They can hold it before the launch for some time. But if they had to recycle, that would be it for today, and then they're going to try again tomorrow. We're also looking forward to a Elon Musk talk tonight. He pushed that after the launch. He actually wanted to do that before the launch, but now he pushed it after, and in my opinion, makes more sense anyway to do it after the launch. So we're not going to stream that, but that's another thing you can look forward to tonight. All right, so we have another question. We have, let me see if that works. There we go. Eigentum der Bundesregierung Deutschland. Okay, so he's saying that this chat is now the property of the Bundesrepublik of Germany. Thank you very much, but no, this is the spaceflight community. But thank you very much for the super chat, much appreciated, and a huge shout out to Germany, my old home country. We have White Buffalo 84. Wish the Flight 9 adult cutter jersey came larger. You mean the merch? You mean the merchant? So you mean this shirt, the Flight 9 patch, or what is this question about? If you can, please say something in the chat. But we do have everything up to, I think, XXXL on the shop. So I don't have even larger, but the shirts are out there. I think they're also linked under this live stream. So if you want to get one of those, it directly supports the team as well. And the design was done by Alex Potvin, who is right now very likely watching as well. And he did a very, very good job with it. It's a beautiful shirt. All right, so we have Daniel Zötsch. That sounds German. Question. It's not a question. Danke, dass ihr solche spannenden Reports euch zu uns Landmenschen bringt. Weiter so, wird gerne supported. Okay, so that is German for thank you very much for doing an excellent reporting to us people on the countryside. Keep going, and I'll support. It's a pleasure to support. Thank you so much for the support. This is what keeps us moving forward. So thank you so much for that. We have Mr. Hellfire, Felix, checking in from Northern USA. Okay, so I'm from Northern USA. Are you from Alaska, or are you just from the United States? Northern US could also be something like Milwaukee or Washington. I know a few people in all those places. I've been to Alaska. My sister lives in Milwaukee. She's probably watching right now as well. Hi, sis. The north of the United States is beautiful, so I envy you. I'm in Florida all the way down, and it's really, really hot here. And summer is coming, and everybody who knows Florida knows that the summer is the time when you don't go outside, and then you have fall, winter, and spring, which are just perfect. So right now we're being baked here. We're waiting for the first hurricanes to come. All right, we have Addicted to Decibels. That's a really cool nickname. How quickly do you see future test flights proceeding? Seems the hardware for Flight 10 is almost ready. Thank you for your coverage and congrats on your growth. Thank you so much. Yeah, out of those 600,000 subscribers, 200,000 we made in the past 12 months. So yeah, thank you so much. It is hard to say. It largely depends. Right now, it largely depends on Flight 9, because if this fails again, if SpaceX creates another beautiful debris shower, Block 2 confidence is going to go at some point, also with the engineers. That's a normal thing, because you start questioning the overall design if every time it creates a failure and every time it's something new. So they might be switching over to block 3, but the problem with that is, as you can see in the background there in our live view, you see that second tower, that is pad B. Now you don't see it anymore, but it was there just now. That's the second pad that they're building, and that pad isn't compatible anymore with any of the block 2 prototypes. Theoretically with the ships, but I don't think that the block 3 boosters are compatible with the ships. They might be, but I'm not 100% sure. So they will have to switch over to block 3. They're already building the first block 3 booster and the first few block 3 ships. So that gives us a sign that they want to switch over to block 3 and as quick as possible. But that, again, depends on Raptor 3 because block 3 is going to run on Raptor 3. And Raptor 3 right now confirmed is up to number 20. That probably means they have number 30 or so on the test stand right now, but that's not even enough to fill one booster. And you can be very sure that out of those 30 first engines that you build, not all of them are for flight. Many are just for the test stand and that's it. So it's going to take some time until they have enough Raptor 3s. If that is the case, they are going to make all the block 2 flights happen that they can, because otherwise they would have to stop launching, which they don't want to do either, because you still find problems, as you can see on flights 7 and 8, you saw them find problems, and you want to find those problems. So if that is the case, if they can't get enough Raptor 3s, they'll have to stay on block 2 for now, and they have a few ships left and a few boosters as well, so they could. And I think that's what's going to happen. So they're going to at least do another 2 block 2 launches, I think, and then they're going to switch over to block 3, because then at that point, if they keep the cadence they've kept, like every other month or so do a Starship launch, that's another 4 months out until they do the last block 2 launch, and then they have the second pad ready, arguably even before that, and then they can start launching block 3s. And there is the next question coming: how quickly can you test a block 3 hardware and get it to a launch? It's prototyping, so giving out real estimates is really, really hard. But I would say that their cadence is at least going to stay what it is, which isn't too fast. And if they don't hit any problems, it'll speed up towards the second half of the year. So towards September, October, November, they should have block 3 running and the production for Raptor 3 running, and then they should be able to speed it up if they don't hit more bumps. That's the important part. If they find problems with Raptor 3, or if they destroy a pad with a rocket that explodes, you never know. I don't want to jinx it, but this is prototyping, and we've seen all sorts of funny stuff during prototyping, also from other launch providers. So it's hard to answer, but I hope I gave you a few details on what to base it on and what to look out for, because that's the best thing you can do is you read the signs and then you predict. But predicting outwards just 6 months or so, it's almost impossible. And every expert will tell you that as well. I once made the mistake of asking Peter Beck, CEO of Rocket Lab, in a live interview. I asked him where he sees Rocket Lab in 10 years. And he replied to me and said, that is way too long. You cannot predict 10 years into the future. I think in the next 5 years, we're going to do plenty, and we're going to do very well as well. And they did. But anything further out into the future in a high-tech, quickly evolving, and then on top of that test program, it's hard to predict. But yeah, that's my outlook. Thank you. That was a good question. We have Grasdackel, another German. That is, what was that? Lawn Dackel. I don't know what Dackel means in English. It's a dog with very short legs. Let's go, Felix. Congratulations for 6 years anniversary. Yeah, man, it's just incredible. To think that 6 years ago I anxiously pushed that release button. You cannot imagine how I felt before I released my first YouTube video. I was so anxious that so many people could now see this, because I told all my friends and my family and everyone, and I knew exactly they would all tune into that video and take a look at it. I was like this after pushing the release button. That was 6 years ago. Right now we're working on episode 469. We have, I think we're close to 250 million views on the channel. It's insane. Thank you everybody for watching. Okay, so that's the anniversary. We have, let me see, we have Okay, that's hard to pronounce. ACRX 4857. Are we still go for launch today? Yes, we are. You have a countdown timer in the upper left corner of the stream. The red field, you see that little clock in there, 2 hours and 34 minutes, is when the launch window opens. Don't know if the rocket is going to launch then, because you can always have a 5 or 10 minute hold or something. But that's when the launch window opens. And if they would have to recycle, the launch is not going to happen today because it's just a 1 hour launch window. And so after that, they would probably launch tomorrow. But so far, so good. We're tracking. We're tracking. There's nothing to be said. SpaceX hasn't said anything. The weather looks great. The condition of the rocket looks great. Both booster and ship have gone through an entire parkour of testing with an engine failure on ship 35's first test flight, static fire. And then they did another static fire. They did a sprint prime test. They have tested this like crazy, and I presume this is because they really, really want this flight to go and without problems. And so we'll see. Yeah, here's a beautiful shot again of Pad B. That's the tower that I meant earlier. They're almost done with the tower. It's a little hard to say there. The ship quick disconnect is still missing, and a few other things are likely as well. But the entire structure, including a flame diverter, which I wish they would have built on Pad A, is everything's almost ready. It's going to take another 2, maybe 3 months until they start actively testing that pad, and I can't wait. I sure can't wait because it's way better than Pad A. There's another funny anecdote from back in the days when they started building Pad A. I looked at it and I saw those round foundations for the pillars, and I thought it was a water tower. And I even had a few jokes going on the website on the episode, Team Water Tower, and who thinks it's going to be a water tower and who thinks it's going to be a pad. And now we know it obviously turned out to be a pad. But back then I looked at the design and I was like, this can never be a pad. But it was. And Flight 1 showed that it doesn't work like that. And then they hot fixed it and so on and so forth. So that pad has quite the history behind it. It's going to see Flight 9 launch from it today, and it's going to support the launch, but it is not nearly what SpaceX needs, because Starship in the end is not supposed to be reusable. It's supposed to be fully and rapidly reusable. And rapidly in that case is very, very difficult to solve. Full reusability on its own is super hard. Rapidly is squared hard. And the pad for that needs to be almost maintenance free, because if you want to rapidly reuse, you don't want to have 20 pads. You want to have 2, maybe 3 pads. And so those need to be almost maintenance free so that they can launch every other day. And this first pad design wasn't. So yeah, that's what you see in the background there. They're building Pad B, and Pad B is completely different than Pad A. And I can't wait for them to try that out as well. So we are still go for launch. We have Andrew Daniels. Thank you so much for your super chat. Felix, after covering so many Starship flights, does 9 feel different? Is there a moment you're most excited, nervous about? Yeah, Flight 9. You can't imagine. On top of streaming this with all of you, which is always a little bit of an anxiety thing, when you know that you're going to have thousands, potentially tens of thousands of people watching you in front of a camera, it doesn't become normal. It becomes normal through me knowing that you guys are exactly the same I am, space nerds, and we love watching this, and we're all in this together, and that makes it great. But there's always anxiety just because of the stream itself. 5 minutes before the stream starts, you were sitting in the chat talking and having fun, and I was sitting here being like, oh, is everything correct? Do I have everything? Is everything prepared and set up the correct way? And then you push the button and you go live. On top of that, the flight itself, 7 and 8 didn't do what they were supposed to do, and so this is a special launch. Even though it's kind of misleading, I said this earlier, there is a big difference between the external view and the internal view. How a SpaceX engineer looks at this project is wildly different than the public. The public right now sees Flight 7 failed, Flight 8 failed. SpaceX is doomed. They're never going to get anywhere with this. And the other half, hopefully all of you, is sitting there thinking, oh man, 7 and 8 failed, but 9 is going to hopefully redeem 7 and 8. The engineer is sitting there going through checkboxes. It is a completely different thing. They know exactly what went wrong on 7 and 8 more than the public. They know what they did for Flight 9, all the fixes, all the things, all the theories and ideas that they put into this new prototype. So they're looking at this with a checklist. And they're hoping that all the boxes that they've made will be checked in the end. So it's a different thing than the public view. The tabloid headlines have nothing to do with what SpaceX engineers do at Starbase. And so it's a different thing. But the public right now is looking at this through a microscope. And that microscope has never been as large as it is right now. It's incredible. I said this earlier to my wife, to my wonderful wife, who's sitting in the off. You can't see her, but she's right there. I said to her that today everybody's going to tune in. The Starship fans are going to tune in because they've seen 7 and 8 fail, and they want to see that SpaceX can do this better. They want them to succeed. And the other is that it's a very political thing. Thanks to Elon Musk's involvement in politics in recent months, it's become a very tense topic. And many will tune in today just to see SpaceX fail. And I hope that they won't get what they want to see. But that's, again, just the public view. If Flight 9 fails, the engineers are going to go back to the drawing board to make new boxes that they can check off on Flight 10. They're testing hardware. They're building a rocket that has not been built like this. You can see it in the rocket. It is, the upper stage is as big as the Statue of Liberty. These flaps on top of the rocket show you that this thing has a completely different story than any other rocket before it. It's not a space shuttle, and it's not a normal rocket either. It's built of stainless steel by welders, not in clean rooms, and so on and so forth. So the entire concept of the Starship is so novel, so new, so not done yet, that this kind of testing is necessary. And that's why, to most who don't know much about rocket development, they think, well, other providers, they build their rocket and they put them on the pad and they fly, right? So why doesn't SpaceX do that? Well, they did that with Falcon 9. Even Falcon 1, and that was their first rocket, was up in space after 4 launches. Starship has not reached orbit yet. Why? Because they're all stupid. No, they have just today launched another batch of Starlink satellites into space. They know how to do this. This rocket is just so wildly different than Falcon 9 or any other rocket that it makes this testing necessary. They want to have a rocket in the end that they can mass produce, the largest rocket ever built, mass produce and rapidly and fully reusable. Those are things every other launch provider, if you work at another launch provider and you go to your boss and you tell him, I want to build the largest rocket ever. I want to build it out in the open with stainless steel, and in the end it's going to be rapidly and fully reusable. He's going to be like, yeah, there's the door. Because it's such a crazy goal that most won't even dare to develop it. There are some out there. Rocket Lab is building Neutron. Blue Origin is building New Glenn. Stoke is building a fully reusable concept, but that's it. Then there's China, and they're copying Falcon 9, and they've already shown pictures of their fully reusable rocket, and it looks identical to a Starship. So you know where they get their designs from. Nothing against China, and sometimes copying is a good thing, but that's what they do. So they don't have to do the risk. They just wait until the system works, and then they copy it. That's a different thing. And SpaceX is in this role where they have to they have to risk it. Otherwise, it's not going to work. And so Flight 9 is the same thing as 7 and 8, where it's a risk and it might explode. But if it doesn't, that's what we're here for. If it doesn't explode, it's another step towards that incredible goal of this fantastic rocket that, hopefully is going to fly. It's not even sure yet if Starship is ever going to fully succeed in what it wants to do, but SpaceX is trying it, and that's what makes it so special. So yeah, lots of rambling about my feelings about Flight 9. So yeah, in short, this never gets old for me, and it's always a crazy thing with adrenaline and everything, and I'm probably going to go crazy when ignition occurs in 2 hours and 24 minutes, hopefully. So yeah, that's that. There's a reason why I picked this as a job. I do love rocket launches. Okay, so we have Mike Clark. Hey, Mike, thank you so much for your super chat. Hey, the L size of the Flight 9 hoodie is not on offer. What is up with that? Yeah, so our print partner is a Spreadshirt, and Is it? Yeah, it is. And you will have to ask them. Sometimes they are out of stock on certain sizes. Try a different article, a different hoodie. Maybe not. Often we have more than one hoodie. Try that. If not, wait for them to restock. But we have a huge merch store. If you can't find anything in there, you're picky. I love merch. That's why we have so much merch. Before I started the YouTube channel, my entire closet was full. See, there's the Raptor shirt, right? Oh no, you can't see him. That's Jonathan in my back end. He was just sitting down with the Raptor shirt, and I was like, yeah, there's another awesome shirt. Yeah, see, that's my favorite right now, the Raptor shirt. Beautiful collaboration from the entire team. The design was made by Elliot. The shirt design itself was made by Alex with input from me, and so on. Everything you see at Y is a collaboration of at least 2 or 3 people, same as the shirts. Yeah, I love merch, so buy the merch. It helps the team. We have one more that's going to be very, very cool for my wife, Rob Trike. Thank you for the super chat. Hello, Steffi. He's shouting out to you. She's waving back. Maybe you were even able to hear her faintly in the background. She is here in the studio with me as always, and I love you for it. Thank you for she's my my emotional support as well. Otherwise you wouldn't see me in front of the camera. She's always like giving me a kiss before the launch, before the stream, and she helps. She helps a lot. We have E2KI. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hey, Felix, what do you think will happen if the flight ends early again today? Greetings from Switzerland, and thanks for our outstanding content. So, first of all, greetings to Switzerland. One of our script writers, Zach, was in Switzerland for I think almost 2 weeks. Just recently. It's a beautiful place. I've been there before. You have a very, very nice home country. So greetings to Switzerland. And secondly, well, I said it already a little bit. If Flight 9, let's just hypothetically say, I'm not going to jinx this. It's just a theory. It's not going to happen, right? So if Flight 9 fails today, if just like, let's say it. It won't. Exactly. Steffi is already saying it won't. It won't. No, it won't. It won't. But just say hypothetically in a parallel universe, Flight 9 fails. They'll have lost booster 14-2, which they don't want to refly again after this anyway. As you've heard me say in the beginning, that it's going to do a soft splashdown or a soft landing, or actually not that soft landing in the Gulf. They're going to test engine redundancy. I see the tank farm is spooling up already. Okay, and you have Ship 35, which is a Block 2 ship, which is basically it's Ship 33 and Ship 34 with fixes. So 33 had a problem, 34 had a problem, and 35 incorporates both those fixes. If they lose that, they'll know that the fixes didn't work. So let's just say the ship fails again, which would probably be what you are asking here, because the boosters have been working. So if the ship fails again, they're going to pour over the data, look at everything they can see, find out what the problem was on this ship, and incorporate another fix on the next one. That's how testing goes. Like I said, this is a so wildly different rocket. Even though it looks kind of the same, trust me, this is a completely different project than anything we've ever seen standing on a pad. And that is why they have to do these tests. And that's why it looks from the outside like, what the heck are they doing? Well, they're trying to build a rocket as cheap as possible, as big as possible, and as fast reusable and as much reusable as possible. Those are all a lot of as possibles, and that's hard to achieve. And yeah, so yeah, if this happens, they're going to just put Ship 36 to the test with more fixes, or switch over to Block 3 and Raptor 3, but that's going to take some time. Like I said, Block 3 needs Pad B, and Pad B isn't done yet. It's going to take another few months. So the only thing they can do right now is fly Block 2s. That's all they can do, and keep implementing fixes, and keep going and finding as many blockers as possible. That's all they can do. Okay, so that was a good one. We have Florian. Give me a second. Hi, Felix. Also, thank you so much for the super chat. Hi, Felix. Greetings from Cologne. So hyped for the flight today. Crazy how time passes. Almost 4 years. Channel member now. Wow. So thank you. First of all, thank you so much for being an active supporter of the channel for 4 years. This means the world to us. That you guys are what keeps this running. Secondly, Cologne is almost my hometown. I lived in Bonn for more than 15 years. I am a Rhinelander. And so thank you so much for tuning in, and fingers crossed for Flight 9. Thank you so much. We have somebody special here, 3D Daniel. How are you doing? We've had the pleasure of chatting today already on X. He's a very, very talented 3D artist in the spaceflight community. If you don't know him yet, check him out on X. 3D Daniel, really talented guy. Hello, Felix. Have fun with the stream today. Hopefully, Ship 35 will go up smoothly. Let's go. Yeah, there's nothing to add to that. Let's just hope that Ship 35 does what 34 and 33 before that couldn't. As said, it's different problems, which highlights the difficulty of such a test program. Fixing one thing doesn't mean it's going to fly. It can always be a second thing popping up, and let's just hope that there's not going to be a third thing popping up today. Okay, we're at 8,500 people currently watching. We are waiting for SpaceX to launch Starship Flight 9. We have Ship 35 on top. We have Booster 14-2 on the bottom. These incorporate fixes that ended flights 7 and 8 before them. So the ship on top has fixes for both those mistakes, for both those problems. We're expecting SpaceX to launch these. The booster is going to separate shortly after takeoff, actually. I think 2 minutes and something into the flight. When separation occur, that's pretty quick. This is the timeline from before. This is the timeline after. Hot staging is 2 minutes and 37 seconds. So into the flight, we're going to see the second stage separate from the first stage. It's going to then, the first stage is then going to, the booster is going to return back to the launch site, but it's not going to be caught today. It's going to aim for the Gulf, the ocean off the coast. If you look at this picture, if you would go to the right, you would instantly be at the beach. So this is right next to the beach, and the booster is going to aim for probably 30 miles off the coast or something. And it's going to simulate, the reason why they don't catch is because they simulate an engine out during the landing burn. So they are going to deliberately cut one engine off and see if the system can fix it. How quickly does the system switch over to a redundancy engine to try to still land the booster? That's the test for today. Since that's pretty risky, they're not aiming for the pad. That's the entire reason. Otherwise, they could catch this booster for a second time. I'm pretty sure about it. So then the booster is going to even cut its landing burn off after switching to the redundancy engine. After they have that checkbox done, they're going to cut the landing burn early to make it hard hit the water, because they want to test a few things on impact. And then Ship 35 is going to continue to space, and it is going to continue to space. It's going to go to SECO, second engine cutoff, at which point, 18 minutes into the flight, I think, we're going to see, is it 18 minutes into the flight? Yeah, 18 minutes and 26 seconds into the flight, we're going to see a payload deploy demo. SpaceX loaded 4 dummy satellites into the PAS dispenser inside the ship that is on top. The black thing on top is the second stage. And these are dummy satellites, because why risk real hardware? You want to test anyway. What they want to test with this is, as I said earlier, there are a lot of things different on Starship, including the payload dispenser mechanism. In this case, it's called the PEZ dispenser because it kind of looks like a PEZ dispenser, like the candy dispenser that you know. And it's a system that slots the satellites inside the Starship, and there's a slit on the bottom. And then you have the stack on top of that slit. And you have 2 satellites coming out of the slit, the stack going a little bit down, the next 2 satellites coming out of the slit, and so on and so forth. And that's how it dispenses these satellites out of that slit. And they are going to do that with 4 of those satellites today. So 2 next to each other, 2 on top. So it's this block of these 4 satellites, and you're going to see 2 and 2 hopefully come out of that PES dispenser. The reason why they're testing it is it's a new system. No one has ever dispensed payload like this. And that's why SpaceX wants to test it in zero gravity, under real conditions, at the right temperature, in the vacuum of space. And that's why they have these dummy satellites in there. So that's what we can look forward to. I think it's 37 minutes and 49 seconds into the flight. We have a Raptor in space relight demo. We've seen this before and it worked, and hopefully there shouldn't be a problem with that today as well. This is just to demonstrate that a Raptor engine can relight in space. This is important because many people say, Starship has never reached orbit before. That's only because they cut the engines off early. They don't want to reach orbit yet, because to be able to safely reach orbit, you have to have tested a few things. Most importantly, deorbit capability, because once the Starship is in orbit, it is going to orbit, right? So if you lose control of the Starship, or if you're at the right point in your orbit and you want to deorbit, you need to. There are a few systems on the Starship that need to reliably work. First of all, you have the flight termination system, which needs to work. We've seen that tested. And then you have the engine relight, which is needed for the Starship to deorbit. It gets slower again. It goes lower into the atmosphere, hits denser parts of the atmosphere, and then it controlled deorbits and re-enters the atmosphere. If you can't ensure that, you can't get a Starship to orbit, because it's so massive and it has such a large heat shield on top of it as well, that it would survive the re-entry likely, even if it tumbles. And if it hits a city or any populated area, SpaceX would be they would have huge problems. And that is why we see the engine relight demo, why SpaceX is making very, very, very sure that everything works before they send one to orbit. So again, the Starship hasn't reached orbit yet because SpaceX doesn't want it to reach orbit yet. I hear this often from people saying that, it hasn't even reached orbit yet. That is deliberate. They could just burn the engines a little longer, and it's actually just very little longer. It's like, I think it's 30 seconds of burn missing, and then you'd be in orbit. They just don't want to do that. So that's why we do the engine relight. And then the Starship is, shortly after the engine relight, 10 minutes later, the Starship is going to re-enter and splash down in the Indian Ocean, the same we saw on flights 6 and 5, and I think that's it, right? Those were the two re-entries that we saw. I think it was 6 and 5. So hopefully we're going to see that on today's flight, and I'm really, really looking forward to it. Okay, so we have that's our beautiful timelines that we have, by the way. Jonathan made these in the past few days, and he completely surprised us. He just came around the corner saying, oh, by the way, I made this. So this is how we will be able to see the events unfold on the stream, especially the ones before the launch as well, because SpaceX isn't live yet, but we want to know what's happening. So that's how we're going to display those with this beautiful graphic that is even blinking. So thank you so much, Jonathan. Okay. That is what we're watching here today. As I said, it is our 6th anniversary today. 6 years ago, I uploaded my first video, and we are trying to reach 600,000 subscribers today. We've already made like 400 since the stream started. If you have not subscribed yet, please click the subscribe button and make us flip in the air once we hit 600,000 subscribers, because that would be a fantastic thing to happen today on Flight 9. So thank you so much for tuning in with us. We have another question. Can you bring it up? I should be able to. There we go. Martin Palmer. There we go. Thank you so much for your super chat. Hi, Felix and team. Congrats on the channel anniversary. Great work. Do you think we'll see a Starship capture within the next 6 months? I was thinking we'd see the Starship capture on this flight, which shows you again what prototype testing is about. There are so many things that we can't predict. 6 months out is almost impossible. I can only say that if nothing happens with Flight 9 and it works, and if nothing happens with Flight 10 and it works, Flight 11 is likely going to see a ship catch. That is the timeline that SpaceX has been chasing since Flight 7. The plan was originally to have 2 more soft water landings and then do a catch. And these 2 possible soft water landings ended in a debris field over the Turks and Caicos over the Caribbean. And so, if Flight 9 and Flight 10 work, I'll be down at Starbase for the first ship catch, because I missed the first booster catch. I was here on stream with you guys, and I didn't even expect SpaceX to catch it, to be honest. I was very, very surprised when they caught it on the first try. But yeah, my goal is to be there for the ship catch. So hopefully Flight 11. But we'll have to wait and see what today brings. It's really hard to say. We have Jason Hopkins. Thank you so much for your super chat. Wish you luck in getting the 600,000. Yeah, we're going to get the 600,000 and hopefully today. So if you haven't subscribed yet and you're tuned in, click the subscribe button. We want to push over 600,000 today because today is our 6th anniversary. I mean, how crazy would that to hit 600,000 subscribers exactly 6 years after uploading the first video. So push us forward to that. Thank you so much. Okay, we have Elliot Edge. Elliot, thank you so much for your large super chat. This is very, very much appreciated. This is what keeps us going. You are by far the best channel in the last couple of years regarding covering SpaceX. Thank you so much. Watching this channel grow to what it is now is an achievement you should be proud of. I am very, very proud of this team. Hard work does pay off. Keep going from the UK. I'm 100% confident today. Okay, so I'm 100% confident as well. I'm really thinking Flight 9 is going to do it. Thank you so much for pointing this out because there's an entire team behind what you see on the channel. I know I'm sitting in front of the camera and I'm not an unimportant part of that team, but without all these other people, there wouldn't be what about it. So a huge shout out to everybody on the team. It is an honor and a pleasure to work together with you guys. And these kinds of comments go out to everybody on the team, not just to me. It's been a huge amount of work. Partly I've run this alone, which I can't believe anymore. And then the first one to help was actually Steffi, and I didn't trust her. It was amazing. I thought it was the only person in the world that could do this was me. Clearly, there couldn't be anybody to help me. And so I always, when she asked me if she could help, I always said, no, I got to do this. Otherwise it's not going to be right. And then at 3 in the morning, she snuck out of bed and she took my raw recording and cut that. And I got up at 8 or something and I sat down in front of the computer and everything was pre-cut. And I was like, okay. She's smiling all over the face. That was the first member on the team, my wife. And she's been there for almost 6 years now. So it's been a while. And now we have, how many do we have? I think with everyone, we have 12 people working on the team. All of them dedicated, all of them doing their own thing, all of them being a specialist in what they do. We have editors, we have script writers, we have 2D animation, 3D animation, designs, software, tool, program development. We have it all on the team. It's just incredible. Photographers out in the field. We have Jordan, we have John, we have Richard, we have yeah. So next time you watch an episode, remember, it's not just me. It's an entire dedicated team that loves to do this, and everything you give in support, it doesn't just go to me. It goes to that entire family of crazy rocket nerds that bring you this stuff. And we're very dedicated to keep going, and we are going to do this as long as we can. And yeah, enjoy the show. Today, Flight 9 is on the menu. So. We have Jamie Wright. Thank you so much for your super chat. Thanks to the Y team. Felix, what innovative design would you like to see on Starship in the near future to guarantee success? Different heat tiles. I am not concerned with the engines. I'm not concerned with the stainless steel construction. That all looks really, really good. The flap approach and the heat shield. I'm not sure about that. And I haven't been for a while now. Yeah. That's what I normally say in this moment is just give me 1 second. I'll show you something. I have this kind of stuff in the studio. This is a Starship heat tile. This is from a leading edge on the wing. That's why it's so thick. So it's not the standard hexagonal tile, but I shouldn't have this. This should have flown to space on a Starship and never flowed. It should have never ended up in my studio. And the more of these tiles I got over the time, I have an entire collection of them at this point, is the more I thought this might not be the right thing. They are extremely lightweight. As you can see, this thing is pretty thick and I can just toss it up into the air like this. Maybe I can make this sound go across on the microphone. Be very quiet for a second here. Hear this? It kind of sounds like a clay roof shingle or something like that. silica foam with a glazing on top that is that helps against it wearing off, because it's not supposed to wear off during the plasma storm of reentry. But these things are notoriously hard to handle. They're hard to attach. They're hard to make. They're prone to differences in manufacturing. So one tile will be perfect, and the next one will have a micro crack that you can't even identify. It's difficult. These tiles are very, very difficult to make. And that's the one thing I'm hoping for them to find a different solution. I've seen Stokespace make an actively cooled engine heat shield. I've seen Rocket Lab do something similar. Those are different approaches. And the more that we have problems with these heat tiles, the more I'm thinking, was that the right decision? So I'm really, really hoping for SpaceX to come up with a tile that is way more resilient than this thing, because if I would knock this on the edge of my desk, it would be 2 tiles. That's how brittle these are. The reason why they're using this is because this silica foam is about the only thing that we know that can withstand the parameters that you put on one of those tiles: extreme heat, the plasma flow, and all these kinds of things. There aren't that many materials that can cover this, that can survive this, that are cheap to make, lightweight, and can survive it. One of them is the silica foam, but I'm not sure if that's the right way. The space shuttle had, if anybody knows about Columbia, it's something. So I wish SpaceX would come up with a metal tile that is actively cooled, and that's exactly what's going to fly on Flight 9. Let me just put this back again so that it doesn't get damaged. 1 second. So SpaceX is planning to fly ablative material and new heat tiles on this flight, as they tried on Flight 7 and 8. And part of those experimental tiles that are on Flight 9, on the Starship right now, are actively cooled metal tiles. And I am curious to see if that would work. It would change the weight of the Starship, of course, but you could maybe use silica foam tiles in some areas and the metal cooled tiles in other areas. So you could combine those. I'm really looking forward to seeing what results SpaceX gets out of those, because that is very, very important. The heat shield is still a question mark. And I don't know if that's ever going to be rapidly reusable. That's the thing. So that's the one thing that I wish for them to solve right now. Have some epiphany on the heat shield. That would be make my day if I would see that. Jokeith Green, thank you so much for your super chat. I believe in Ship 35, all goals accomplished. Yes, let's do this. Ship 35, the Redeemer. I am so looking forward to this ignition right now. You can barely imagine. By the way, we're climbing towards 598. We're 220 subscribers away from 598. So we've gained 500 subscribers already. Please, if you haven't done so yet, push us over the 600,000. Today is our 6th anniversary. So that is reason enough for you to subscribe to us and to push us over that milestone. I would love to see that today. Okay, so we have Jonathan Smith, thank you so much for your super chat. Any delays so far today? How many launches do you expect for the rest of the year? And no beautiful expand gas display this time, for the love of God. Yeah, exactly. So the expand gas display he's talking about is the views we got from the ground when the Starship exploded during their ascent phase. I really, really hope that that's not going to happen as well. Any delays so far today? Nope, nothing. The only delay we had is Elon Musk. He's going to not talk before the launch. He's going to give his Starship update at Starbase after the launch. That's the only thing that got delayed. So they're still tracking. They're still going for it. The countdown is running and everything seems fine. So far, so good. So far, so good. Fingers crossed, everybody. Okay, so we're approaching 10,000 people watching with us today. I'm just going to address those real quick, because there are always people in there that don't really know what this is. So we are watching SpaceX launch Starship Flight 9. We have Ship 35 on top and Booster 14-2 on the bottom. Booster 14-2 has already flown on January 16th of this year. It participated in Flight 7. did its ascent and came back and was caught by the tower, and now SpaceX is reusing that booster. On top we have Ship 35, which is a Block 2 Starship that incorporates all the fixes from the problems occurring during Flight 7 and 8. So those were unrelated problems, even though it looked exactly the same. It was fascinating to see these both failures play out, and they looked the same. But they weren't. Flight 7 was a fire in the attic caused by oscillating resonance, so engines vibrating in a specific frequency, and that caused damage to fuel lines and other things, and that made propellants leak up to the point where it was combustible in this attic, that is the space above the engines, and then it caused a fire, and that caused the flight to go south. Flight 8, though, was an engine RUD. RUD standing for Rapid Unscheduled Disassembly, so it exploded. It was a center engine, and that explosion of the center engine caused other engines to fail as well, ending in the Starship losing control of its flight attitude. And then when communications were lost shortly after, the flight termination system kicked in and detonated the Starship, which was the right thing to do. But both of them ended in a beautiful display of fireworks above the Caribbean, and many have seen it in the media as well. That doesn't mean that SpaceX is failing. It doesn't mean that SpaceX is in trouble or anything. It just means that they're testing a rocket that hasn't been built like that yet. And it's got so many new things in it that this is what it comes down to. You find failures, you find mistakes in your design, and you fix them and you try it again. And we see them try for the 9th time now. A few Starships have completed their missions, but 7 and 8 haven't, and SpaceX wants to improve on that right now. So we're 1 hour and 58 minutes and 28 seconds and counting. You can see a lot of vapor under the pad right now. That is because SpaceX is fueling is chilling the fuel lines right now. They are preparing for the fueling to start. The fueling is going to start, I think, 1 hour and 15 minutes before. So here's our timeline exactly. So the first ticket item up top you can see is SpaceX flight director conducts poll and verifies go for propellant load, and at T-minus 51 the ship LOX load is starting. So the decision is made at 1 hour and 15 minutes before the flight. Right now we're at 1:57, so SpaceX is pre-chilling the system, the fuel lines, checking all the computers, getting everything ready and everything green for that final decision to start fueling. And once that is done, we're going to see frost lines appear on the booster and on the ship. First, we're going to see them on the ship and then on the booster, because the booster starts a little later, 10 minutes later after the ship starts its fueling, the booster starts its fueling, and then we're going to see these frost lines creep up on the system. Everybody who's seen these launches before knows that is when the anticipation just blows out of the roof. You're going to see me faint probably. It's Flight 9 has so much pressure on it. We're going to continue towards launch. At 40 seconds before the launch, SpaceX has another opportunity to, or actually I think it's 40 seconds before the T-0. SpaceX has the chance of holding the launch countdown. That doesn't mean that the launch is not going to happen. They can hold for, I think, up to 15 minutes until they would have to cancel it. So stay with us if that happens. Normally that hold just goes away, and then it's another 40 seconds until ignition, and then we'll see the Starship fly to space and to the Indian Ocean. That's the goal. The booster is going to land in the Gulf, because they are testing engine redundancy. So they're going to cut one engine off during the landing burn to see if another engine takes over. And that is a pretty risky maneuver. And that's why they don't want to do that above the pad. Perfectly understandable. And the ship is supposed to do what the ships during flight 6 and 5 did. It's supposed to re-enter. So it's going to do its payload demo. It's going to do an engine relight demo. And then it's supposed to re-enter and splash soft land into the Indian Ocean. And there is a funny aspect with that, is that this is basically it is a tower catch. You'll see the ship do its belly flop maneuver and steer into an imaginary point in the air. And that imaginary point is because the ship thinks there is a tower. The software has a virtual tower projected in, basically. So the ship thinks it's aiming for a tower, and it'll land on the chopsticks, on those non-existent chopsticks, and then fall into the water. That's the plan. And if we can see that on Flight 9, I'll be very, very happy. My wife says I should drink more. Yeah. Okay, she made me tea. Give me a second. And so that's why you can see all the vapor right now next to the pad, because SpaceX is already pre-chilling the fuel lines, which is a very, very good sign. And that means we are progressing towards a launch, which is amazing. I can't wait for this Starship to launch. Okay, how many launches do you expect for the rest of the year? That was still from Jonathan Smith. It's really hard to say. Probably, if everything goes perfectly, 5, maybe 6 more, but that would be a good cadence. It might be half of that. But that depends on what happens. If this flight goes flawless, they can just take another booster and another ship and launch them again. If it doesn't, they'll have to work on fixes. So I'd say 3 to 6. Okay, we have more questions. If we can bring those up again. We have Dean Skinner. Thank you so much for your super chat. Oh, by the way, if you want to ask me questions, I haven't said that for a long time now, type into the chat hashtag question and then your question, and I'll try to answer them. If you want to be bumped up in the list of those questions, because it's normally more than I can answer, even though I'm answering like crazy, you guys have a lot of questions. Thank you so much for being interested. If you want to bump yourself up in that list, combining it even with a $1 super chat bumps you up in the list. It doesn't matter if it's $1 or $100, even though we smile even more with $100, but $1 is enough. And then I'll answer it as quick as I can. So we have Dean Skinner. How far off the coast of Australia will Starship splash down? I love your content too. Keep up the amazing work. So I thank you so much for loving the content, and we will keep up the amazing work as much as we can. We're actually thinking about improving even more. We always have some crazy ideas on things that we can still change. Recently, we introduced 2D animations, and we're already thinking about the next thing. We're working on a really, really nice evergreen episode right now, a long-form video about colonizing and the law structure behind colonizing a planet. Super interesting topic. But how far off the coast of Australia? Okay, so it's west of Australia and it is in the Indian Ocean. So it is a good bit off the coast of Australia. I'd say at least 1,000 miles. But I don't have it in my head, but I remember seeing the map. So I think it's at least 1,000 miles off the coast. So no chance for Australians to actually see the landing. But it is in the Indian Ocean and it's not too far away from them. Okay, we have the next question from Francesco Carnevale. I hope I didn't butcher that too much. So the first video of this channel that I watched was on July 26, 2019, which is exactly 2,132 days ago. Neat. I look forward to the next 2,132 days. Thanks a lot for what you do, what you're doing, and keep on going. You rock. So thank you so much for the super chat, and thanks for the loyalty, because you've watched through the dark ages then. That's what I call the first, let's say, 100 episodes or so, because same as SpaceX is learning with the Starship right now, I was learning how to do a YouTube channel. And even though I worked in media before I started doing this, I didn't know how to produce a video. So the first video is actually something you should watch if you haven't done it yet. It'll open your eyes as to how much we've learned in those past 6 years. And then from there, it was a steady progress of adding more and more production quality. It's just so nice nowadays to see what this team is bringing. So thank you so much for the support. And here's to the next 2,132 days. Today is our 6th anniversary, by the way, for those who have just joined us. We have Indigo, just Tinny. That Jonathan guy is so amazing, isn't he? Well, thank you, Indigo. The reason why Jonathan is I can see him in the preview window down there. Jonathan and Indigo, and me and Indigo and Jonathan, we're friends. As I'm with most people on the team, I'm close friends at this point. And Indigo is a special guy. He does some social media work for us. He's been with us forever, same as Jonathan, and they're personal friends. Yeah, Jonathan is an amazing guy. He really is. He's always coming up with something you wouldn't have expected. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Indigo. It's a pleasure to have you on the team and to be able to work with you. That's for sure. We have One Airborne, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you and your crew very much, Felix. You are very, very welcome. Without this, the public support that we are receiving, these super chats, t-shirts purchases, becoming a patron or a channel member, which gives you huge benefits, by the way. We are plastering you with benefits, trust me. Without this support, it wouldn't be possible. This is it's not entirely crowdfunded, but if you take the crowdfunding out, we would just we would tank. We would have half the people on the team, and it would be a minimal effort production. So thank you to everybody who is supporting us, who has supported us, who's thinking about supporting us. Without that, it wouldn't be possible. So thank you. We are at 597,833 subscribers. Please, if you haven't done so yet, today is our 6th anniversary. And if we can hit the 600,000 subscribers today, the team is flipping. So push the subscribe button if you haven't done that yet. Like this stream so that others can see it. Consider becoming a patron or a channel member to support us directly. The entire team is going to thank you for it. And I can promise you we'll keep doing this because this is so much fun. You can barely imagine. Watching the videos it's making them is at least as much fun as watching them. So we are having fun, and that's all thanks to your support. Go to shop.whataboutit.space if you want to make our photographer smile, because I think 50% or 40% or so of the purchase price of the pictures you can find there, and there are excellent pictures, goes directly to our photographer. It doesn't go through anything else. It just goes directly to the photographer. So if you want to give Jordan, who is on South Padre Island right now, trying to catch the booster crash into the Gulf, if you want to help him, if you want to make him smile, buy yourself a picture for your favorite wall. As I always say on the episodes, trust me, it's worth it. Buy yourself a shirt. We have our Flight 9 shirt. I am wearing it right now. Let me see if I can show this a little better. That is the Flight 9 shirt, made by and from the team for you guys. So that's what we do in our off time. Actually, we make shirt designs for you guys, and I can say this is one of the nicest flight shirts we've had so far. So there are a lot of details in this. It's definitely worth it. Okay, we are 1 hour and 48 minutes to the flight. We have engines pre-chill. We have vapor coming from the OLM itself. Very shortly. So when was it? Can you get the pre-flight timeline again? 75 minutes before the launch, we are going to see the spaceflight director conduct a poll and verify go for propellant load. That's what they're preparing for right now. That's why you see that white vapor all around the rocket. It's largely nitrogen that they are flushing through those propellant lines to cool them down, because you want to cool those down slowly. If you have a warm propellant line and you get ice cold fuel through it, there is a chance of that line rupturing, cracking, vents not working, valves not working, and so on and so forth. And that's why you do a pre-chill to make very sure that once you have actual fuel going through, everything's proper, cooled down and working. And that's what they're doing here. And that's why you see those impressive vent clouds coming out everywhere. It always looks pretty magical. SpaceX is going to go live, I think, 50 minutes before launch. So we are going to see those come online in, when's that going to be? In a little more than an hour, SpaceX should come online, roughly. Maybe even less, right? Yeah, well, roughly an hour. SpaceX is going to come online, and we're going to show those in full screen. Of course, even though our cameras are great, SpaceX's cameras normally are better, and so we're going to enjoy the view together with you, watching SpaceX do their work, and I can't wait for it. I am now going to take a 5-minute break, as I always do, because I need to go to the bathroom, and I think Jonathan should be ready to take over. Nod if you, yes, he gives me thumbs up. So Jonathan is going to take over for 5 to 10 minutes, and then I'll be back. And then we're almost at the propellant go no go decision already. And I'm crossing my fingers for ship 35 today. You do the same. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
Hey, yeah, sorry, now mics are muted. All the technical difficulties here. Yeah, so I'm Jonathan. I'm the guy usually sitting in the background and doing all the live streaming stuff. So that's my job, and I'm also the one who built the timelines and all the other stuff for the streams. Yeah, and I'm super hyped for today. Very much looking forward to that we're not going to see something similar to what we saw on the last two flights. Um, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm speaking for everyone in the chat and who's watching this right now here. These fights are always like very, very interesting, and whatever the outcome is, they're very, very like very, very nice to watch. And yeah, we can go through a few more questions and super chats, and we have a fun one here from Tuesday, and he just said that he graduates tomorrow, and yeah, good luck for the graduation. I hope that goes well. And yeah, I pretty much know how that feels for Flight 8. I had like an exam phase from my university right after the flight. So that was pretty scary as well. So good luck to you tomorrow. Fingers crossed. And then we have a question from Snoop asking if S35 will have similar regenerative cooled heat hulls, similar to what we had on IFT7. And I'm pretty sure Felix answered something similar to this already. And basically, we are going to have some metal cooled heat hulls on the Starship. And yeah, it's pretty hard to spot them on the ship from the cameras we have right now. But there are pictures available, and maybe someone can send me one right now, and I could share it. But we'll see. Yeah, but you can definitely see them on some pictures, and there are going to be some again on S35. And they might be the fix to some of the problems we had close to flaps and other areas on the ship on previous flights. Yeah, but to be honest, for this flight, we first need to hope that we're actually going to get back to reentry and closer to space than the last few times. Yeah, and if you are just joining us, we're currently waiting to watch Starship's ninth test flight together. Yeah, we are roughly 1 hour and 40 minutes, 43 minutes away from liftoff right now, which is pretty cool. And you can already see a lot of activity on the cameras right now and around the ship. Mostly what we see right now isn't any fueling to the rocket yet. It's just activity in the tanking system in stage 0, the ground systems of the Starship. Mainly just pre-chilling all kinds of pipes, because of course, if you have liquids and propellants that are negative 190 Celsius, so very, very cold, and just piping through pipes that were ambient temperature a few seconds ago, that's not going to go very well. So that's why we see all of that activity right now. Yeah. And then at roughly 1 hour and 15 minutes before the liftoff, so that's already going to be in like 25 minutes. We're going to see, or hopefully going to hear from SpaceX on Twitter that they are go for propellant load. The flight director is going to verify that. And then, yeah, we're hopefully going to see that. Okay, let's see. Yeah, by the way, if you enjoy these camera views we have here right now, we do have a 24/7 stream that runs all the time, and we have some pretty cool active moderators in there, mainly Captain Fish. Shout out to you right now. Amazing dude. He's in there in the chat all the time, basically. And there you can basically watch these camera views of Starbase the whole day, the whole night, whenever you want to do it. It's pretty cool. And yeah, shout out to that. And as well, if you look to the bottom right of the screen, we have a subscriber counter there, and we are pretty close to 600,000 subscribers, which of course is a huge milestone. I mean, just think about how many people live in your city, and then how many people that are. That's always like the bridge level in my mind. It's like in my city there are like 200,000 people, so that's like 3 times my city just in subscribers, which is pretty insane. Yeah, so I think Felix will be pretty happy, and the whole team is going to be pretty happy if we hit that milestone. So if you aren't subscribed yet, hit that button down below. That'll be very cool. Okay, and we can go a bit more through the pre-launch timeline, so all the events we can expect before the flight actually takes off. And I already talked about the event at T-75, or 1 hour and 15 minutes before liftoff. And that's the flight director that's going to verify the go for launch. if we're gonna actually fuel the rocket and if everything is looking good so far. Yeah, so that's at 1 hour and 15 minutes before T0. Next up, we are gonna have at T minus 51 minutes. That's also roughly when SpaceX is planning to go live. Yeah, then we're gonna have ship LOX load, which is the oxidizer used in the Starship, just liquid oxygen. Yeah, fueling for that is gonna start on the ship. And then a bit later, the fuel, so liquid methane is gonna start loading on the ship as well. That's at 45 minutes before T0. Then at 41 minutes, it's going to be the booster LOX, and then actually booster fuel first, and then a bit later, 7 minutes later, at 35 minutes before T0, it's going to be the booster LOX loading. And that's when we're really going to see those fuel lines start to build up on the booster and on the ship, of course. And that's why we have those beautiful live cams where we hopefully will be able to see that. And I think Felix is just coming back as well. Yeah. Oh, there he is.
Oh yeah, because it's all good. You did this perfectly. Thank you. Can you? Am I already unmuted? Can you hear me?
You're already muted.
All right, perfect. Okay, yeah, short breakdown for me. Keep going. You were doing a fantastic job with the pre-flight timeline.
Okay, we can continue going. So I think we were at T-35 for the booster LOX loading. Yeah, so after that, we'll see Raptor Engine chill on the booster. We might be able to see that, just some more venting under the OM. To be honest, it's pretty hard to see though, and figure out when that's actually going to happen. But likely we're going to see and hear SpaceX shout that out on their stream. That's pretty cool. And then after that, we're getting really close to the actual flight with at 3 minutes before flight, and then at 2 minutes the booster and ship fuel loading and propellant loading actually finishing. And then after that, it's just basically the flame deflector activating under the OLM, and then we're pretty much go for launch.
Yeah,
Hopefully.
that's going to be something. For those who have just tuned in, we're at 10,000 people watching right now. We are watching Flight 9, SpaceX Starship Flight 9, with Ship 35 on top, booster 14-2 on the bottom. SpaceX has implemented fixes from Flight 7 and Flight 8. Those were different not connected failures. So those are both in Ship 35, so those shouldn't be a problem anymore. It doesn't mean SpaceX is not going to face new problems, but Flights 5 and 6 worked out perfectly, so I'm really hoping that this one is going to do the same thing, that SpaceX gets all the data they can get again. We're going to see an engine relight, we're going to see payload demo in space with Starlink V3 satellites. There's something crazy to say about Starlink V3 satellites as well. Right now, what was it? The capacity that SpaceX will add with Starship flights compared to Falcon 9 flights. Falcon 9, oh, bye, Jonathan. Falcon 9 right now does a Starlink deployment every 3 days, I think. It's insane. They've done one today, even though they have the Starship launch. So they're churning out Starlink satellites like crazy. They have over 3,500 satellites in orbit right now. It's by far the largest low Earth orbit, or actually any internet service provider from space at this point. And the crazy thing about Starship, and that's why they are testing the payload deployment today, is that a single Starship launch is going to add as much data throughput capacity for the Starlink network as 20 Falcon 9 launches. There aren't 20 times the satellites on top. A Falcon 9 right now deploys 23 Starlink satellites per launch, and a Starship will deploy 54, but the satellites are way bigger. They are like little server farms compared to the current Starlink satellite, the V2 mini satellites, which are incredible. It's a mass-produced low Earth orbit internet constellation satellite, which is a crazy thing on its own. But the Starlink V3 satellites that Starship is going to launch are way, way bigger compared to the Falcon 9 Starlink satellites. And that's why SpaceX is so eager to test that payload deployment in space, because it will get Starship profitable. SpaceX has enough money to fund the Starship program, even without a Starship bringing in money. But of course, they are a private company, and so they're interested in bringing in revenue as well to go even crazier with their pad production and the rocket production. And then in the end, their goal of getting humans to Mars, which isn't a small goal. And for that, the Starship will have to bring in money as well. And that is what the V3 Starlink satellite is going to do. And it is going to be insane. Like I said, each Starship launch is going to bring 20 Falcon 9 launches worth of capacity to the Starlink network, which is a huge amount. And so that's what SpaceX is after with those demo satellites, which we're hopefully going to see get deployed 18 minutes and something into the flight, I think. Let me look that up again. Give me a second. This is the pre-launch timeline. We are looking at 18 minutes and 26 seconds into the flight. So after the second stage has cut off its engines, we're hopefully going to see this demo satellite deployment. And there's another crazy thing about that demo satellite deployment that I've been looking forward to for 2 launches now. So I'm really hoping that this Starship is going to do it, because one of those beautiful vent there from the tank farm looks really nice. One of those satellites has a camera on it. And in the typical style of SpaceX, and they do this masterfully, presenting their launches is a whole own thing for SpaceX. They are doing this better than anybody else. And I'm hoping that when those Starlink demo satellites get pushed out of that pass dispenser payload deployment slit that the Starship has, maybe if everything works out, we are going to get a live feed from one of the satellites being dispensed from the PES dispenser, which would be insane. I still remember when SpaceX brought us live views of the high altitude flight tests, and we could see those ships belly flop in real time, and it was amazing. And I thought, that's it. There isn't going to be any better footage of a rocket launch ever in the future. Then SpaceX showed us live streams of Starships re-entering from space, which was absolutely insane. We had never seen this before. And that was thanks to the Starlink constellation, because thanks to that capability that SpaceX has, the Starships were able to keep connection during that re-entry blackout. And it's called a re-entry blackout for a reason, because the Starship is engulfed in ionized plasma. That basically blocks any connection whatsoever. But the Starship has these black Starlink antennas on the side that faces away from the heat shield. So it is still able to transmit data upwards through that hole in that plasma cloud, which is absolutely insane. And so I thought, that's it. We're never going to see any crazier pictures of a Starship launch. And SpaceX showed us videos of the soft landing with this insane lighting that kind of looked like a flashlight, where you can see the engine's gimbal, and it was insane. And I thought, again, that's it. We're never going to get better footage of a rocket launch ever. And then we're hopefully today going to see live footage from a Starlink satellite being dispensed out of a Starship, which is going to be another one of those moments. So at this point, I'm not saying anymore that we're never going to see crazier footage, because we still have orbital refueling in the future. We have the HLS Starship in the future that is hopefully going to land on the moon with astronauts. And SpaceX is still saying that they are going to launch a Starship towards Mars, and at the end of 2026, at the next launch window towards Mars. I'm not very confident that they're actually going to do this anymore, because they've had these 2 failures, and there are just a few milestones that still need to be done before you can even think about sending a Starship to Mars. But there still is a chance. And if it doesn't happen this time, it'll happen 2 years later. So there are plenty of things still left, and I'm very much looking forward to the live stream where you have a crewed Starship sitting on the pad with a few crazy astronauts that said we're going to spend the next 2 years on Mars. So there are quite a few milestones in the future, and that is why I'm rooting for SpaceX so much. Imagine all this stuff actually happens. So anyone who says, I wish for SpaceX to fail, rethink it. because this is way bigger than anything. This is way bigger than a presidential campaign. This is way bigger than a country, even the United States. This concerns the entire world. And as I did it in the beginning of the live stream, I always say, type into the chat where you're from, and there you can see it. That the interest for this program is everywhere. Everybody wants to see this, and that's the reason why. Because there are so many absolutely crazy milestones still in the future of this program. And if today's milestone gets hit, we are on track for the next crazy milestone. So everybody give it up for SpaceX. These guys are crazy. I filmed them today when they got together in front of the full stack. You can see that on my X account at Felix Schlang on X. I posted the picture of the live view. Jonathan was doing he pitched our live cams. It's definitely worth it to tune into those. I filmed it from the live cams while I was watching, and I saw the SpaceX employees get into position and lining up in front of the stack to take that picture, which is a tradition. Every crew that worked on a stack gets to take a picture in front of it right before it launches. And it's history in the making. This isn't just a rocket. The milestones that are there are telling you the story, and I'm so hoping that this is all going to work out and that we're going to be in for the next crazy milestone and the next crazy milestone, up to the point at which Elon Musk opens up his Mars pub. That's what I'm looking forward to, because the goal of this entire thing is not to dispense Starlink satellites. That's what's needed to fund the campaign. But the reason why SpaceX is building this rocket is because they want to do just that. They want to build a city on Mars. It's not about planting a flag, scooping up some dirt and coming back like they did with the moon landing. They want to stay there. They want to build a self-sustaining city. And if that isn't crazy enough for you, I don't know what's going to cut it. This is just absolutely insane. And that is why we're sitting here. And a few years ago, when I still remember vividly, in 2016, I think it was, Elon Musk started blabbering about his Starship for the first time. And I was like, that guy is crazy. Because there wasn't much success with with SpaceX yet altogether. They hadn't landed the first booster yet. There wasn't any Tesla doing crazy stock prices. That was all in its infancy. And there was this guy standing there saying, yeah, I'm going to build a city on Mars. I'm going to build this huge ITS, he called it back then, the Interplanetary Transport System. Are you kidding me? Even the name. So I was sitting there being an avid spaceflight fan, seeing this guy standing there saying, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. And now I'm not standing there saying, what is this guy even proposing? Because I've seen all those milestones in the years past 2016, and they made me very confident that they might actually pull this off. And if they do, we're in for the ride of our lives. This is going to be a thing that concerns all of humanity, not just us spaceflight fans, not somebody who loves space shuttles or Falcon 9s or whatever. This is way bigger. If this actually works out, it will make us multi-planetary. There's another slogan there, and we've heard it many times, but think of what that term actually means again. Even though you've seen it so many times, think of that term again. And imagine what this actually means if we pull this off. This isn't just, this is something crazy. And we're here to witness it. And I'm really, really happy that you're tuning in with me with this crazy spaceflight fan who 6 years ago uploaded his first video. Today's our anniversary. We're almost at 598,000 subscribers. I'm just saying, if you haven't subscribed yet, push us over the 6. That first digit doesn't change too often, and if it would change today, that would make all our day. There's an entire team in the background working on this, and you'll make all of them smile. So let me answer a few more questions before SpaceX. In like 10 minutes, they're going to do the go no go, and they're normally tweeting about this. And then at that point, we know they're still on track. They're largely done with pre-chilling. You see the vapor is getting less and less, and then. Oh my God, the next crazy milestone is in front of us. So let's cheer for SpaceX, and I'll do a few more questions. If you have a question for me, write #question into the chat. Our moderators pick it up and they give it to me in this super nice tool that Jonathan programmed for us. And then I can show the question on the screen and I'll answer it. If you want to make very, very sure that I do answer it, or at least if you want to raise your chances, because there are always so many questions that I can't answer all of them. But if you want to bump yourself up in that line and have a real good chance at me answering it connected to a super chat, even $1, it turns it into a super chat. And I, of course, prefer those that directly support us. Huge shout out to all our patrons, to all our channel members, to all the people that run around with a shirt that we made. I'm wearing the Flight 9 shirt right now. If you want to buy that, if you want to buy a picture, yada yada, you know it. But it's really, really important for us, and that's why I keep mentioning this, because without you guys, we wouldn't be doing this after all. So thank you so much. I'm going to answer the next few questions, and we'll see what SpaceX decides in almost exactly 10 minutes. They're going to do the go, no go for fueling. Whew! First big milestone for today. Okay, so we have Martin Palmer. Thank you so much for your super chat. Question: are you going to publish a team photo for the 6th anniversary? I could actually do that. It's the problem is it would have to be photoshopped, because the same as the community that's watching us do our live stream right now, all of you, we are from the entire planet as well. We have people from Canada, the United States, Norway, Germany, the Netherlands. What else? We've had people on the team from Australia. We had people from Asia, from everywhere. So the Y team, and even here in the United States, anybody who's from the US knows that this is a large country. So, for example, John, our editor, he's sitting all the way up almost at the Canadian border, and I am all the way down in Florida. So it might be a cool thing to do, though. I'll consider it. That's a really good one. I'll try to make it happen. Jonathan is already nodding down there as well. Maybe we can make it happen. I'll try. That's a really cool one. Thank you so much for your super chat. Okay, we have Ginoslav. Thank you so much for your super chat. Hi from Slovakia. You and your team rock. Go IFT9. And there we go again. He's from Slovakia. And that's kind of the same with our team picture. All of them in one place would be a dream come true for me. There are some people on the team that I have never met in my life. So shout out to this crazy team. But these people are more than just colleagues. They're friends. It is a spectacular journey, even behind the scenes. Trust me. It's really, really nice. So thank you so much. We have Mr. Hellfire. Thank you so much for your super chat. Felix, been here since Germany days. Yeah, my first studio was in a walk-in closet, because we didn't have enough space in our house, and it was just this crazy side project, right? Let's do a YouTube channel. Who would have thought that this turns out to be what it is today? Yeah, my first studio was in a walk-in closet with a wallpaper that wasn't for a studio, and it was I put a few of my I have a small collection of archaeological finds, because that's another thing I'm really into, history. It's a crazy thing if you hold a Stone Age tool in your hand and you know that 20,000 years ago somebody was smart enough to carve that out of stone. That's another thing. And I had a few of those in the background, because I didn't even have any rocket models yet or anything, and I didn't hardly know anything about video production either. So thanks for being with us for that long. It's been a while. If you dare, scroll all the way back in our video list and watch episode 1. It's actually an eye opener as to how much you can learn with making a YouTube channel. There are so many skills and talents needed to do what we put out nowadays. It's fascinating. I'm very, very proud of this team. We have David Lucetti. Thank you so much for your super chat. Thank you for teaching me a lot and entertaining so many nights. You are so welcome. I've gotten emails from people from professors at universities. I've gotten calls from people that can't even get out of their bed anymore because they're so old and they're in a elderly care home, and they're still watching What About It. I've gotten emails from little kids that say that told me that they never knew what they wanted to do with their life, but they're now going for an aerospace engineering job, and so on and so forth. If somebody would have told me this before I started the channel, I would have laughed so hard, because I wouldn't have believed it. Thank you guys for watching and for being entertained. We're entertained as well. This is an amazing journey. Okay, We're at 11,000 people watching right now, by the way, and there must be 2,000 people in there who have not subscribed yet. Smash that subscribe button, hit the like button so that the stream is being shared with others. That's what the like button is for. It signals, it doesn't just signal that you like this video, it also signals to the algorithm that you like the video, and that is very, very important for us. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, push us over 600,000 today. That would make my day. We are 5 minutes away from SpaceX doing the go no go decision for fueling, so we're ramping up towards launch here. Okay, that was David. Thank you so much for your super chat. We have Pete Boschek. Thank you so much for your super chat. Thank you, Felix. Congrats on 6 years and almost 600,000 subscribers, almost. But I can't see the question on screen. Can we? There you go, Pete. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you so much for the support. Without you guys, it wouldn't work, as simple as it is. We have Justin W. Thank you so much for your super chat. How are you? Yours. Gonna try and join you for a catch. I'm doing great, and the rest of the team is smiling as well. Even if I'm the one guy who's always in front of the camera, there are so many more behind the scenes, and they're all smiling. Trust me. And the catch is not today. The booster is not going to be caught. It's already had its catch on Flight 7. It launched and it was caught. And this time SpaceX is testing engine redundancy, which is a risky thing. So they're going to cut one engine during the landing burn to see how quick the hardware of the booster on its own switches over to another engine as redundancy. And that is really, really hard. That's difficult. And it has a certain amount of risk to it, and so that's why they're not catching the booster today. We're going to have to say goodbye to booster 14-2, which is insane on its own. I still remember when SpaceX caught the first booster, and I couldn't believe it. That's another one of those crazy spaceflight footage moments that I thought could never be topped, but I'm not thinking that anymore with SpaceX. Yeah, it got caught, and today it is going to serve. It's going to give its life for engineering and for data. So it's not going to be caught again, but it's deliberate. There's not going to be that we're go for catch today, but we're going to be seeing hopefully a good soft landing in the Gulf and hopefully of the ship in the Indian Ocean. That is what we're here to wait for. We are 3.5 minutes away from SpaceX doing the no-go decision on fueling. At that point, they decide if they are actually going to start fueling the rocket. So does everything check out? All the sensors are within the data envelope. Everything looks good. Then they decide that they are going to fuel. We're going to see the thrust lines appear. That's what we all are looking for right now. Okay, let me scroll up here real quick. We have Widowmaker78. Thank you so much. You are a part of the community and you have been for a long time. Thanks for showing up. Thank you for your great work from good old Germany. You rock. Thank you so much. You rock as well. There are so many people in the Y community that have been here for years at this point. It is just insane. Thank you guys for staying with us. If you have a question, hashtag question in the chat. If you combine it with a super chat, it is more likely for me to answer it just because we have so many questions and I do answer those of supporters first. Yeah. We are 2.5 minutes away from the go no go. Jonathan, I presume you're monitoring SpaceX's X account to see if they tweet that out. So we're going to bring you that news as soon as we have it here. They normally tweet out about that. We have Sean McPherson. Wow, that is a big super chat. Thank you so much. Godspeed, everyone. Hype. Yeah, the hype train. That's another thing we almost don't do anymore. That's from the early days of the IFT flights. I would always say hype, and everybody would start typing hype in the chat. Can we see if we can get a hype train going? I always love those because it's there we go. It shows how linking this thing is. It's just amazing. I always thought I was alone with my nerdiness about rockets, and look at us sitting here all together. There's the hype train. I love you guys. It's such a pleasure to be part of the spaceflight community and such an honor to have this position. Trust me, yeah, this is something. And we just ticked over 598,000 subscribers, so we're getting closer to that. including the hype train. This hype train is going today. It is just so crazy. I'm so hoping. I'm so crossing my fingers for ship 35. Hype train is still going. Thank you so much, everybody. There are so many in there that still remember the early days. I haven't done this in a while, but that's the thing. These people have been around for some time. Thank you, guys. Okay, that makes me smile. Um, we are looking forward to seeing SpaceX improve on flights 7 and 8, even though it looked like 7 and 8 were the same problem, which made a lot of people ask why SpaceX would even bother sending another Block 2 Starship up because the other one had already shown that it doesn't work. What is that? I'm still live. Okay, I can see myself, but the preview window has changed. Let me bring that up again here if I can, but I can't. Oh yeah, but I can't see my preview window anymore. That's like super small now. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah. 1 second, we're working on it. There we go. Okay, I got my preview back again. Jonathan is preparing a screen share in the background so that we can show you the tweet when SpaceX tweets it, and that made my preview of what we're all looking at just disappear, but it's back. Okay, the hype train is still going, and I was talking about the failures of Flight 7 and 8. So SpaceX has released their report. Oh, we're seeing venting on that could be. I'm so nervous. So we were seeing venting from the booster quick disconnect. We're seeing venting from the ship quick disconnect. That could be the sign that SpaceX has said, yes, we are going to go for fueling, but it could also not. We're going to wait and see what happens. But SpaceX should shortly tweet out that they're either progressing with the launch or that they're going to cancel and maybe hold before fueling. You can still hold, but we'll see. We're closing in on that. Of absolutely. So thank you, Sean, for your massive super chat. That is very much appreciated. For anybody who has just joined in, we're watching SpaceX get ready for Flight 9. We have Ship 35 on top and Booster 14-2 on the bottom. 14-2, the dash 2 signals you that it has flown before. It has flown on Flight 7. That was on January 16th of this year. So just a little over 5 months ago, that booster has flown, come back, and was caught by Mechazilla, which is insane on its own. And today SpaceX is launching it again. It is going to splash down in the Gulf because they want to test engine redundancy. Ship 35 is going to progress towards space. It'll show us a demo payload deploy at the around the 18-minute mark into the flight, and it's going to show us an engine relight. I think at the 36-minute mark into the flight, we're going to see a Raptor relight in space. That is to ensure that SpaceX can safely deorbit a Starship. That's the entire reason why they haven't launched a Starship into space, into orbit yet, because I see that question a lot from people saying, why haven't they even reached orbit yet? It's deliberate. They could easily reach orbit. They could just run the engines a little longer and the Starship would be in space. But if you then lose control of the Starship, or if the flight termination system doesn't work and the Starship decides to re-enter in a spot that isn't particularly good for re-entry and it hits populated areas, is big enough and it has a heat shield, it would survive that re-entry, so it would crash into a city. And that is what SpaceX doesn't want, and that's why they haven't reached orbit yet. So we're going to see the same thing today again. This is not an orbital test flight, but please keep in mind it's not because they couldn't, it's because they don't want to. We're going to see that engine relight, then we're going to see a re-entry of Ship 35, and then we're going to see a splashdown, a soft landing in the Indian Ocean, which is a test. The Starship at that moment thinks it lands on a tower, even though there is no tower. The software simulates a tower, and SpaceX can easily see if the Starship would have done all the check marks needed to get caught by a tower, because if this flight works and the next one works, SpaceX wants to catch a Starship, possibly 2 flights into the future, but that of course all depends on if this one actually works out. We'll have to see how Flight 9 turns out. I am very, very confident. I've done a poll in the chat before, and everybody else in there was confident as well. At least most people. Some had even sent a 3, so they were very confident. And we're going to see what this does. We should be 4 minutes or 3.5 minutes past the no-go poll for fueling. Did we get anything from SpaceX? Not yet. We'll keep you in the loop. I'll answer more questions and we'll see what SpaceX says. I hope they're going to launch today. I don't know if I can do this one more time. But Steffi is my wife is sitting in the office and she's laughing for a reason. I have been going crazy for the past few days. I'm the same as you guys. I have started this channel because there weren't that many people back then who reported about SpaceX and about Starship. And since I thought I knew a little bit about video production and I could tell stories, I thought I can do this. So I'm the same as you guys. I'm just in this because I was hooked from the beginning, and I really, really want to see SpaceX succeed with this because all the milestones that are still in the future, everybody, are going to be completely crazy if this works out. Okay, can we get the super chat question back there, the community questions? Oh, that's an interesting one. Ameritoast. A really good nickname for that question. What culture shock did you get moving to the United States? Plenty. I knew what I was getting into. Half my family is from the United States. My mother married twice, and the first marriage was that classic post-World War II story. She got to know a GI from the United States military, and she married him, and she moved to the United States, and she had 2 kids with him. And those 2 kids were born in the United States. They are living in the United States. They are my half siblings, I think it's called, but I don't make a distinction between a half and a full sibling. So they're my siblings, and they're my brother and my sister. So I've been visiting them, and I know the American culture. I've been here before, and that's the reason why I wanted to go to the United States, because there are some things about the it's not a coincidence that there are so many crazy things happening in this country. It is the will of this nation, and how the dedication with which the people of the United States move towards their goals is admirable. So a huge shout out to the United States here from me. I'm happy here. But there's one thing I really miss, and that's the food. Germans are really good at making food. And some of it is really hard to get here in the United States. For example, you're called Ameritoast. Your bread is a no-go for a German because we're really good at making bread. So there are a few things I'm missing. But the culture shock thing, there wasn't really a culture shock, I think. I knew what I was getting into. I love Florida. I love the rest of the United States. I'm enjoying it. I wish there was a better way to get a green card, because that is insanely hard, even if you are a law-abiding person who builds up something. It's really hard. But there wasn't any culture shock. I'm happy here. Thank you so much for welcoming us with open arms. Okay, we have Nay. Thank you so much for your super chat. Hi Felix, Sean from Parks, Australia. Been watching you since the dark ages. There you go. Happy 6th anniversary. We hope you reach your target. Go Flight 9, send it. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here since the early days, and I hope so too. The target that he was referring to is that we want to get over 600,000 subscribers today. We have almost 14,000 people watching right now. It cannot be that there aren't 2,000 people in there who haven't subscribed yet. Click the subscribe button. Make this team smile, because we are going to smile. If we, on the 6th anniversary of the channel, today, 6 years ago, I uploaded my first video. If you can push us over that today, we are going to pop the champagne and have a huge party. So if you appreciate what we do and you want to make us smile, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Thank you so much for watching with us. Become a patron, a channel member. It is much appreciated. Thank you, guys. So from Parks, Australia, thank you so much. We have Andreas Ittermann. Sounds very German. I hope it is. It's euros as well. Thank you so much for your super chat. Oh, by the way, if you have a question for me, type #question and your question. If you attach it to a super chat, the chances are higher that I'm going to answer it, because there are so many. But please keep the questions coming. They're really good, and I'm more than happy to answer them. So will you try to take a future flight on Starship if you get that chance? Yes. Yes, I probably wouldn't fly to Mars, because I have 3 kids and I really love planet Earth. And the problem is that going to Mars takes 2.5 years until you're back. That would be very, very long. So I wouldn't want to do that probably. But a flight to space on anything that can survive going to space and coming back, count me in. It is, I know many of you have that dream as well. Otherwise, you wouldn't be watching Starship launches. I have that dream as well. If that opportunity ever comes up, I'm going to strap myself on the outside of the rocket. So yeah, absolutely. 100% yes. I would love to go to the moon, for example. I would just low Earth orbit for half an hour. I would be there absolutely to experience that. So we have Cleve Weller. Thank you so much for the generous super chat. This is much, much, much appreciated. This is what keeps us going. Felix, with no tiles, I am swapping my rapidly reusable camera design for a fully reusable cameraman with ablative clothes. Running backwards really fast should produce amazing footage with little needed refurbishment. Can you help me find a prototype volunteer? We might have a few crazy people on the team. So if you no. Yeah, that's a funny take, and thank you so much for watching this with us. And we are going to come up with some crazy. We have a few crazy ideas still planned for the future. So if you keep supporting us, we'll keep coming up with crazy ideas. By the way, there was a lot of hate for the Interstellar Gateway, especially in the X community recently, because they started a project called Skyfall because they want to record if Flight 9 does end up exploding. They want to have great footage of it. Don't hate them. I don't think they did this because they want the Starship to fail. I really appreciate what these guys are doing. This was just a random thought I had in my head because I saw that stuff going on X. In general, if you have something and you want to write a comment under it that isn't nice, think about it. It's most of the time life is just way better if we're all nice to each other. So say no to hate or something like that. Really cheesy slogan enter here. We are okay. So we have a tweet. We have a tweet from SpaceX. We are go for propload. It's okay. It's okay. I just announced it. Jonathan was saying he doesn't have. He can't show the tweet, but it doesn't matter. We are go for propload, everybody. So we're going to see that, not just yet. It's going to take a moment because SpaceX makes that decision before they start fueling, and the fueling process is going to start at 51 minutes. So when that counter there hits 51 minutes, you can start looking out for frost lines on the prototype. If they appear earlier, they might be earlier in the timeline, because our timeline up there is an estimate, is a best guess estimate. So we'll have to see if that actually turns out to be the only truth out there. But keep watching, keep watching. We have a go for propellant load, which is amazing. I am so looking forward to this launch. Okay, so let's go crazy. Thanks, Felix. Thank you so much, Sean, for another crazy super chat. Thank you so much. This is very, very important for us. It helps us immensely. Thanks for keeping the team going. If you haven't considered it yet, consider becoming a patron, a channel member. Buy yourself a T-shirt. Go to shop.whataboutit.space to buy yourself a picture for your wall. That money goes directly to our photographer Jordan, who's out on South Padre Island right now, trying to get footage of the booster crashing into the ocean, and so on and so forth. There is an incredibly dedicated team in the background, and you're supporting all of them. If you haven't done so yet, today is our 6th anniversary. So 6 years ago on this day, I kid you not, I uploaded my first video on YouTube, and our crazy goal for today is to hit 600,000 subscribers. So if you want to see a YouTuber smile today, hit the subscribe button if you haven't done so yet. We're not far away. We started this with 1,000 subscribers less, so we're on track. We can actually make it. If you haven't done so yet, hit the subscribe button. Push us over the 600,000 on our 6th anniversary. That would be absolutely amazing. Like the stream if you haven't done so yet, because that makes the algorithm share it with more people, and then more people will have fun and enjoy our broadcast. So there's no harm in that. Keep sending questions with #question in the chat, and I'll answer as many as I can. Trust me, I'm so enjoying doing this again with you guys. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for watching with us. And now we are going to see if SpaceX is actually starting the propellant fill. We are roughly 10 minutes away from SpaceX starting its propellant chill right now, just to bring that out there again. All right, I'm going to do a few more questions to keep up with them. Thank you for sending them in. We have Jonathan Smith again, I think. I wanted to thank you for the super chat. I wanted to see the first crewed mission. However, I give them a 50-50 chance, so many systems and no room for failure. Salute the brave that go first. Oh yeah, absolutely. The people that are going to sit down in this thing for the first time on a crewed launch are going to be very brave people, and I'm going to salute them as well. I think a crewed launch is a bit out yet. It only makes sense if you can do something meaningful with a crew. You have to have a fully fleshed out crewed Starship, meaning you have to have everything: the radiation protection, you have to have life support systems, you have egress systems, you have everything. You have the entire thing. You have a large crew capsule, basically, that you have to put into the top of the Starship. So SpaceX is still a little bit away from that. But the day it comes is going to be glorious. That's one of those milestones that I seriously can't wait for. This is going to be a roller coaster ride once they do that. Oh man, you can't watch a stream with me then, because I'm going to faint. Seriously. Okay, SpaceX is 9 minutes away from starting propellant load, hopefully. 9 minutes. I just wanted to bring that out there. Okay, that was Jonathan Smith. Thank you so much for your super chat. We have Space Beagle, epic name. Thank you so much for your super chat. Australia says hi, Australia from Florida. Hope to make it to Eris launch. Yeah, Eris launch. What are you talking about? I can't. There is what's their name? Jonathan is questioning as well. I don't know what you mean by Eris launch, but I know that you have no. What are they called? The Australian launch provider, Gilmore Space. They are, but have they launched now? I saw that they had been pushing with problems, which is totally normal. Don't blame them. But Gilmore Space isn't connected to Eris. I don't know. Thank you so much for the super chat, and I hope that the Eris launch you're looking forward to is going to make it. I don't know what you're talking about. If you can clarify in the chat, I have the chat open here as well. So I'm going to, but it's hard to spot. So I'm going to try. Thank you so much for your super chat. We have Nay. Thank you so much for your super chat. My partner got me watching you. I've learned so much. Thanks for all the work you and your team do. Thank you so much, partner, for making Nay watch. I've heard this before, and that's one of the loveliest things when somebody says, hey, so XYZ got me into this, and now I'm addicted as well. It's actually a team member of ours, Zach, today said that his grandmother is watching What About It, and she's tuned in today as well. So shout out to Zach's grandmother. This is just amazing. I love this so much when people from all walks of life and all ages are tuning into this. It's just incredible. It's that SpaceX fever that only a disruptor can produce. SpaceX isn't just building rockets. They're disrupting everything that was there before. They already have. Everybody's working on reusability, and the only reason for that is SpaceX. So again, shout out to that crew. These people are incredible. As simple as it is. We have both views up right now. On the right, you see Arrakis. On the left, you see Lone Palm. Lone Palm because it's standing out in the long shot position in the dunes, and there's one palm tree there. So we call it Lone Palm. And Arrakis is right out in the sand dunes. That's why Arrakis, because of a dune. It's a homage to the dune law. Arrakis is so close that we expect it not to survive. We've had that before, but it's just an incredible view, so we don't care. So we waste a camera for you guys. So keep supporting us so that we can do that. That's another thing that most people don't even have on their screen when they see all these on their radar. When they see all these photographers take these beautiful pictures of the rockets, is you put thousands of dollars of expensive camera equipment right next to a rocket, and I've seen many of these cameras fail. So support your local photographers, support What About It, support anybody who reports about this. It's It's not for free. And the more support we have, the crazier we can go. We are going to use all of that money to go even crazier. I can promise you that. So thank you for the support. To anybody who has just tuned in, we're at 14,000 people watching now, which is an insane number on its own. We are trying to get to 600,000 subscribers today because we have our 6th anniversary. So if you haven't done so yet, press the subscribe button and give us a huge smile. Okay, that was Nay. Thank you so much. And shout out to your partner. We have Rennie Abe. Thank you so much for your super chat. Why do your voice is deeper here than in the recorded episodes? Okay, so that's first of all because I use a different microphone. This is a Shure microphone. That's a different setup than the one that I use in the studio where I actually record, because I have 2 studios. This is for streaming, and there's another studio. Actually, if you walk out that hallway over there, you get into the studio where I record my episodes, and it's a different setup, and that's why it sounds slightly different. I bet you if you would meet me in real life, you'd be like, oh, there's a third version of his voice. That's just because of microphones. I hope I sound good on both. The other one is a lavalier mic from Rode. If you're interested, I've been thinking for a long time to do another studio walkthrough, at least for patrons and channel members. That would be something good to do. Remind me of that again, Jonathan. I should really do that again. If you haven't done so yet, consider joining, consider becoming a patron, consider buying yourself a shirt or buying yourself a picture for your wall. The moderators are going to spam the links into the chat. And other than that, enjoy the show. So Renee, thank you so much. That's the reason why it's different microphones. Then we have 3D Daniel again. Man, thank you so much for the super chat. You don't have to do that. He's a very, very, very talented 3D artist from the community, and he's been with us for a long time as well. I can't wait for the first launch from Pet 39A, and the reason why he's saying that is because he's been working for how long have you been working on that? On a pretty impressive animation of a Starship launching from Florida. There are plenty of animations regarding Starbase, but there isn't much regarding Florida. And so he made it his project to make a launch animation from there with smoke calculations in Houdini and all sorts of stuff. He's going crazy. It's admirable. Thanks for watching with us, Daniel. Shout out to Germany. Then we have Country Kate. Thank you so much for tuning in, and thank you for the super chat. Love what you do. Are you and Marcus house buds? Yeah, well, we are definitely acquainted. We have chatted a lot. It just comes with the profession. If you're doing largely the same thing in almost throughout the entire day, you start chatting about it. I have chatted with many content creators about this. I've interviewed Scott Manley before when I had 8,000 subscribers, I think, which was insane because Scott Manley is kind of a hero of mine, and sitting in front of him was crazy. Marcus has never been to Starbase, otherwise I would have surely met him. Yeah, we're both doing very, very similar things, and then you talk. Absolutely. Yep. That's Marcus from Tasmania. If you don't know him, go to Marcus House on YouTube. He's absolutely worth a subscription and a like on top of that. 100%. We have Astitva. Man, everybody's here. A lot of love from India. Love why. Thank you so much for tuning in again. And in 2 minutes or so, we should see frost lines appear. So stay with us. This is getting into the hot stage of the launch, and in 10 minutes or so, SpaceX should come online. Holy cow, we are going for another launch. I can't do this anymore. I can already tell you, I don't know how many more times I'm going to do this. At some point, I'm going to die. Hey. Christopher Mitchell, thank you so much for the generous super chat. This is what keeps us rolling. I'm not kidding. Thank you. Love what y'all do. Have some snacks on me, and we will. Thank you so much. The team is smiling right now. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, we have Justin W. Thank you so much for your super chat. Meant first ship catch in person. Fingers crossed. Yes, I'm going to be there for the first ship catch, hopefully in person. So if you're at Starbase, take a look out for me. I'm normally there either with the Model Y, which is really, really hard to not see. It's a silver, aluminum silver Starship branded Tesla. And it's hard to miss. If you see that, wave to me, I'll stop. I always do. Other than that, I'm going to be at Raptor Roost. I haven't even shouted out for them yet. Raptor Roost is our operations partner at Starbase, basically. They are the closest you can get to a Starship launch. So if you're ever there in person, it is very, very much worth it to check out www.raptor-roost.com to buy a ticket and be as close as you can to the launch site. That's it. If you're not a SpaceX engineer, that is the spot to get as close as you can. And it's a lovely community. So shout out to the Raptor Roost, to everybody who's watching us out there. I'm sure some are tuned in. And we are going for the fuel. We are about to see frost lines on the Starship here. Holy cow. Holy cow. We have Andreas again. Andreas Ittermann, thank you so much for your super chat. Question, will you try to take a future flight on Starship if you get the chance? I've just answered that, and yes, if I can at all. I would love to go to space. It's a dream we likely all share here, or at least many of us share here on the live stream. If I could go to space, I would go to space. Be it a Falcon 9, be it a Russian Soyuz rocket, be it a Starship, I would sit in it to try to go to space. Absolutely. That is a dream that many have, and I have it too. And as a little boy, I wanted to become an astronaut, and now I'm sitting here watching them go up. If I could. When Tim Dodd got his ticket for the Starship launch for, what was it called, Dear Moon, man, I was so happy for him. And also so jealous. I mean, the thing is canceled now because Yusaku Maezawa retweeted, who was the main sponsor for the mission. But I'm sure at some point there is going to be that mission. And whoever gets that golden ticket is it's like getting the ticket to the Wonka factory. It's for a Starship fan. It's something. Jared Isaacman is going to have that honor with his crew. I don't know how many people they're going to send on the first flight, but Jared Isaacman is going to be on the first crewed flight, the guy who is about to become the NASA administrator. And if you ask me, somebody who wants to sit on the first Starship is the right guy to become the NASA administrator. So shout out to Jared as well. I've had the chance to talk to him a few times by now. He is an incredible guy, trust me. Okay, so we have Matt Adley, thank you so much for the super chat. Kudos to the team. If they're as excited as you are now, then it is going to be a party when successful. Trust me, they are. We always are. But leading up to a launch, there is this electricity feeling in the team every time. It's just pretty crazy. If you live for this, that's basically what we do. We work on content about the space industry at large, and of course SpaceX and Starship every day almost. I've had my last vacation, I think 3 years ago, and I'm still smiling and I'm still happy to do this. It's a very, I feel humble, to be honest, that so many people have subscribed to the channel over the years and that we are in the position we are in. Thank you. It is very much appreciated. For those who have just tuned in, we're hitting 16,000 people watching right now. We are waiting for SpaceX to start fueling the stack. They should be fueling for 3 minutes now because the go-no-go decision for fueling was a go. And SpaceX was supposed to start fueling 51 minutes and 37 seconds before T-0, as you can see on our beautiful pre-launch timeline. And as soon as we see frost lines appear on the stack, we're going to have that a solid green on our timeline so that you see that this is in progress and it is confirmed. Right now, we're just expecting it to go because we can't see anything yet. But soon you should be able to see frost lines appear on the stack. And then you know we are in business and we are potentially 47 minutes and 55 seconds and counting away from Starship Flight 9. We have Ship 35 on top, and we have Booster 14-2 on the bottom. Booster 14-2 has already flown on Flight 7, which was on January 16th of this year, so barely 5 months ago. This time it's not going to be caught. So that magic trick that you might have seen somewhere, if you're not like super into spaceflight, you might have seen it somewhere. That is not going to happen today because the booster is going to aim for the Gulf because they are testing engine redundancy, and that is very risky. So they're going to cut one engine off deliberately during the landing burn, which is this is just before the booster would theoretically touch down on the chopsticks, and they don't want to risk it, but they want to test it, and that's why they are going to aim for the ocean. And 14-2 is never going to become a 14-3, which is kind of a shame, but that's the way, the life of a prototype. Ship 35 is going to continue into space, and we're going to hopefully see a clean ascent, a clean engine cutoff. 18 minutes into the flight, or 18 minutes and a few seconds into the flight, we are going to see a demo deploy of Starlink satellites, V3 satellites, huge satellites, way bigger than the ones that they are sending up with Falcon 9 right now. 38 minutes into the flight, we're going to, I think, or 36, 36, 38. Into the flight. Where's my mouse? There it is. So we are going to scroll down a little bit so that I'm not telling you the wrong numbers. 37 minutes and 49 seconds. There it is. Into the flight. We're going to see a Raptor in space relight demo. They do this to make very, very sure that they have all the necessary technology working for a deorbit burn, because if you want to send a Starship to orbit, you want to make very, very sure before that you can deorbit safely. That's what that demo is about. And then we're going to see Ship 35 re-enter. We're going to see it do the same thing as the ships on Flight 5 and 6 did, and then we're going to see it do a soft touchdown in the Indian Ocean on a virtual tower. There is, of course, no Mechazilla tower in the middle of the Indian Ocean, but the ship believes there is, same as the booster for the Gulf. They think that there is a tower, and so they're aiming for virtual chopsticks, and those virtual chopsticks are going to close around the ship, and then it's going to cut off its engines and fall into the water because there is no tower, and that is a preparation because SpaceX at one point wants to catch the ship too. I know it's crazy on its own to catch a booster, but they want to catch the ship as well, and that's the tests for that. Once they have done that a few times in a row successfully, they are planning to send the ship back to the launch site, and then I'm going to go completely crazy. But those are all milestones we're still looking forward to in the future. So if this flight works out, we can look forward to in-orbit refueling. We can look forward to ship catches, Block 3 hardware, Raptor 3 engines, first HLS tests next year, and so on and so forth. It is such an incredible rocket development program. And that is why we're all watching this. So thanks for tuning in. And I'm going to do a few more questions if I can until SpaceX goes live, because they should be going live soon as well. We have Dean. Thank you so much for your super chat. Dean Morris, thank you. Let's go. I really hope ship makes it to target splashdown location. That's what I just talked about. Fireworks are cool, but not SpaceX branded fireworks. I agree. While they do look beautiful, that is not what the engineers want to see, because there are so many milestones past the fireworks. I mean, they got valuable data from Flight 7 and 8. They did catches, they tested reliability and everything, but then the part in space didn't happen, and they really, really need that data. So yes, I'm very, very much looking forward to it, but I'm confident, and I really, really hope that SpaceX is going to continue this flight a little further than 7 and 8 in the past. We have Astitva again. Thank you so much for the super chat. A lot of love to the Y team. Let's go SpaceX. Let's make this happen. It is my dad's birthday. Shout out to your dad. And let's cross all our fingers that SpaceX actually succeeds with this today. We are 1,700 and something subscribers away from the magical 600,000. It does not happen often that the first digit changes. The channel is exactly 6 years old today, and if you want to make this team smile all over the face, click the subscribe button if you haven't done so yet. If we reach the 600,000 subscribers today, we've already made 1,500 since we started the stream. So there is a good chance that we can reach that today. If you haven't done so yet, and you want to make this team smile, hit the subscribe button. Thank you so much, everybody. Okay, let me check something real quick. All right, we have Astitvas. Then we have Carl Madley. We have, oh, 1 second. All right, we have Carl Madley. Nice to see moderators in the chat today. I'd help also. Best probably would be to send a message to Captain Fish or Split Second Mom. She should be in the chat as well. Are you in the chat, honey? Yes. Send a message to them. Maybe you can. We are always looking for dedicated people to moderate chats, because as you can see, during the SpaceX Starship streams, there are a lot of people tuning in. We're almost hitting 18,000 people watching right now with us. There's always the need for new moderators. Send them a message. Send them a message. That goes in general, actually. If you have good ideas and if you think you can help us, send us an email. The email address is in the channel, in the channel information. We're always looking for interested space nerds who want to help. So thank you for tuning in today. We have Mr. Cool. Thank you so much for the super chat. Wiener Schnitzel und Schweinshaxe. Exactly. You know what? I wanted to tweet it out. I even took a picture of it. I kid you not. Where is my phone? I got to show you this right now. You are not going to believe me. That is how a German prepares for a Starship stream. Did I not take a picture? Ah, man, I didn't take a picture. We had, I kid you not, we had Wiener Schnitzel like half an hour before I went online because it made me feel good. And Steffi was absolutely amazing in doing that. And so we ate Wiener Schnitzel just before I went live. I just ate a little bit because full stomach and streaming doesn't go together. But yeah. That's one of the things I really miss about the miss here in the United States, the German food. If you've lived with it for 43 years, I think I lived in Germany, it's good food. It's really good food. But it doesn't,
Prop load is underway.
Prop load is underway. Come on. Do we see, can we switch to Lone Palm and maybe see if we can see a frost line? Because the ship is the one that is being fueled first. No frost lines yet? Yeah, working on that, but apparently frost lines are confirmed, so we are fueling. We are proceeding towards T-0. Stay with us. You are going to see the largest rocket ever light up its engines today and reach space and hopefully go to the Indian Ocean. It's going to be amazing as always. Okay, so that was the Wiener Schnitzel and Schweinshaxen. There you go. Thank you so much. Flippin' with Mitch and Maylee. Thank you so much for your super chat. Love you, Felix. Happy 6. Keep doing what you're doing. We love it. And I love you back. Thank you so much for the support, and thank you for watching with us. And it's a pretty humbling feeling. I said this, actually, Steffi said it to me this morning. I think she looked at me and she said, isn't this crazy that we're doing this again? For everybody who thinks that this at some point becomes routine, I'm not at that point yet. I'm always anxious before I start the stream, and I'm always wondering how it's going to go. And I'm loving that you all are watching this with us. So thank you for tuning in with us. It is really very much appreciated. We have Vincius Meneguite. I'm sorry for butchering this. Thank you so much for your super chat. Hi, Y Team. Cheers from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. I am a huge fan of your content. Let's hope Starship makes history again today. Another good example for first lines. I can't see anything yet, but the picture is also pretty choppy. That is normal because data lines at Starbase go crazy during launches, and then there's always a little bit of cutting out. But the Arrakis camera right now brings in stable footage, which is really good. And at some point, we should see the frost line on the booster. So yeah, huge shout out to Rio de Janeiro. Thank you so much for tuning in with us today. We have Chris M. Thank you so much for your super chat. Hi from Cork, Ireland. Great job as always. Thanks. A shout out to Ireland. There we go. The spaceflight communities from all across the planet, and it is so nice. We have M. Keith Warren. Thank you so much for your super chat. Wanted to super chat 21.90, a penny for each day, but this was the closest option. Congrats on 6 years. Thank you so much. It's still crazy to me that 6 years ago, I uploaded a video on YouTube and this happened with it. Pinch me, please. Thank you guys. Thank you so much for watching this with us. If you haven't done so yet, like the stream. It is very, very important for us. I know you hear us content creators say this all the time. There's a reason for it. The algorithm on YouTube works that way. And the more signals you send it that you like this content, the more it's going to share it with others. And that is going to raise the fun for everybody. So if you haven't done so yet, like the stream, subscribe if you haven't done so yet. We are on par to reach the 600. We're missing another 1,600 subscribers right now, and we're counting up. So if you haven't hit that yet, subscribe to the channel. Today is our 6th anniversary, and if we can change that first digit today, I can hear SpaceX. There it is. SpaceX is about to go live, I presume, right, Jonathan? All right. That's no worries. No worries. I'm pretty sure everybody gets a kick out of that. So SpaceX is about to go live.
Booster's fueling.
The booster is fueling. You see the frost line on the booster right there in the middle of the rocket. You can see that little vapor. That is because there's a frost line forming. So the ship is being fueled. The booster is being fueled. SpaceX is in the intro. As soon as they go to a picture, we're going to switch over. So let me do a few more super chats here. Real quick. Sensible thinking, thank you so much for your super chat. You know what would be cool if in the next year SpaceX put one of their ships on the moon just because it can. They will, and they have a contract with NASA, HLS, so they will. Look forward to it. Joe Norwood, thank you so much for your super chat. Great work, Felix. Thank you so much for watching. And this goes not just to me, it goes to the entire team. There are some people in the background. I couldn't do this alone. We have George Swanson. Thank you so much for your super chat. Any info from Musk's Starbase talk today? It's been pushed to 9 p.m. local time, I think, or Florida time, but it's been pushed after the launch. So look forward to that after the launch. I'm speed talking through this here right now. Astitva again, thank you so much. 6th anniversary, almost 600K subs, and my dad's birthday. He is almost watching. He is also watching. Love from India. Love for the team. Thank you so much. And shout out to your dad. Happy birthday. We have a fueling and SpaceX is about to go live. We have Bird Rebuilds. Thank you so much for your super chat. Love your channel and we love you for watching and the super chat. Thank you so much. We have Rachel May. Thank you so much for your super chat. Guys, you are crazy. Hello, it's the May family from Ohio that had the cute baby 4 years ago. Love to watch your journey. The cute baby 4 years ago? Steffi is raising her eyebrows as if she knows.
Of course I remember baby.
She remembers the babies? Was that at the party? Oh, I don't remember. Thank you. I hope your baby is fine. We are going for fueling. Thank you so much for your super chat and shout out to Ohio. You guys rock. Thank you so much. I don't remember the baby. I'm not good at remembering babies. We have a middle of nowhere man. Thank you so much for the super chat. Let's go subscribe, people. Let's get 600,000. Exactly. We are missing under almost only 1,500 subscribers, guys. We're at 19,000 people watching right now. There must be 1,500 people who haven't subscribed yet. Just click the thing real quick. It'll buzz over 600,000. We're going to go crazy, and then the rocket launches. How about that? Thank you so much. We have visible frost lines on the booster, by the way, and I'm going completely crazy. Oh yeah, okay, so this is SpaceX. This is a recap of hopefully Flight 8. Can you turn the audio on and get rid of the pre-launch timeline? Oh, it's just music. Okay, so I'm going to keep talking. No, this is just the SpaceX trailer that they always have in front of it. I'm going to speed talk to a few more here because I'm really appreciative. Dominic Knebel, Nachtzuschlag, thank you so much. Thank you. Rachel May again. Hello, we are the Madam from Ohio who had the cute baby 4 years ago. You don't have to say that twice. Thank you so much. Thank you. We have William Collison. Thank you so much for your generous super chat. I miss the Bierfest and Volksmarsch the most. I do too. But I have found a place here where I can buy my favorite German beer, so I'm very happy about that. But there is some really good American beer to be said. Yingling. I'm not sponsored by them, but I really like their beer. We have Ryan Anderson. Thank you so much for your super chat. Will the changes to block? All right.
Thank you so much, Dan. Yeah, my first time here, and it is mind-blowing. I went out to the pad this morning, and the scale of the vehicle is just insane.
Dwarfs everything.
And for those of you watching at home, in case you missed the news, Starbase is no longer just a cool name. It is now officially an incorporated city in Texas, and we'll have more on that a little bit later today.
Yeah, right now, though, we are counting down to Starship's 9th flight test, currently targeting the very start of our window at 6:30 p.m. Central Time. Good news right up front, not tracking any issues with the vehicle. Weather is gorgeous out there right now. Rain this morning, little bit of wind, nothing now, nothing to worry about. Looking good for a launch.
Starship development is moving quickly here at Starbase. So fast, in fact, that we already are reflying the Super Heavy booster today, which last flew on Flight 7. The primary objectives for today are very similar to our last 2 attempts, except for the booster, which, in addition to flying for the second time, has an exciting return journey planned for its return back to Earth.
That's right. It's going to be getting some serious rigor, and pretty important, we are not going to be attempting to catch the booster today. We're going to use this launch to kind of further accelerate the development. We're putting Super Heavy kind of through the ringer, some serious rigor. We're going to go through all of that in just a couple of minutes. We're also hoping to get Ship into space, and it's got a couple of objectives like deploying simulated Starlink satellites and then a range of experiments during its reentry. We're really trying to test the limits, the capabilities of that heat shield, the flaps, the structure, everything about it. Primary payload on this flight, once again, as always, is data.
It's definitely a very big day for both stages. There's always a chance we don't reach every objective that we set for ourselves, but success comes from what we learn on days like today. And of course, whatever happens, excitement is guaranteed.
Yeah, that's right. Progress is not measured by single flight tests. It's whatever that timeline overall is, and getting us closer to establishing self-sustaining civilization on Mars, making life multiplanetary. Every time we're learning something from these flights that will get us there, that is progress.
Exactly.
This
Starship
is
is the first orbital launch vehicle engineered to be fully reusable and built for frequent flight and heavy payloads, just like today's commercial airliners.
It's the product of years of rapid development, testing, iteration. We're trying to fly as frequently as possible, fix problems as they appear, and then fly again. It all started here at Starbase back with Starhopper. It was a small single Raptor prototype. Kind of looked like a water tower. We turned it into a water tower eventually. It made its first low altitude hop back in 2019 here at Starbase. You could tell the pad, that's the pad that we were just looking at. It looks dramatically different now, 2 towers. But Starhopper delivered. It was able to prove that we could use that Raptor engine for controlled takeoff and landing.
And that is so wild to see that there on your screen was just 6 years ago, and now we're here today with a full-size vehicle. So from there, we moved to full-size test articles with increasingly complex test flights that reached progressively higher altitudes. And each test shaped the Starship that we see today on the pad, a stronger, taller, and more refined vehicle.
That's right. All right. Now, let's go out there and meet it. Starship is made up of 2 parts. First, on the bottom, the Super Heavy booster, powered by 33 Raptor engines. Both Super Heavy and Ship are running on liquid methane and liquid oxygen. That second stage, the Starship upper stage, is powered by 6 of those Raptor engines. 3 of them are optimized to sea level performance, 3 for vacuum, so operating while they're in space. And here's a quick look under the hood at all of those Raptors. On the left, that's a view from underneath the launch mount. That's 33 Raptor engines on the first stage, on the booster.
View.
And on the right, that's a view inside of the ship. So you're looking down at the top of the booster at 6 Raptor engines inside the ship. Those are what's going to power it to orbit. Now, that second stage is also what will one day carry cargo, payloads, people, everything that's going to space. It's also going to be responsible for in-space propellant transfer. That's where we're going to take 2 Starships, meet them up in orbit. One will be able to transfer propellant to the other. That's a really critical capability for Starship to do all of these missions beyond low Earth orbit. That also unlocks our ability to send huge amounts of cargo, tremendous amounts of people to destinations far beyond Earth.
Yeah, the Super Heavy booster is
Coming
designed
up
to
in 30
launch,
minutes.
separate, flip, and return to the launch site where it can be caught by the chopsticks on the launch tower. Though, as we mentioned earlier, we are not attempting a booster catch today on Flight 9. Starship re-enters the Earth's atmosphere at the conclusion of its mission, steering itself to a vertical landing or catch, and both stages are designed to return to Earth and fly again, making this the first rocket in history that will be fully reusable.
And then just in between the 2 vehicles is what's known as the hot stage ring. That's a steel structure that really takes the brunt of those ship engines as they ignite, protecting the booster while the ship's still attached to it. That enables us to do hot staging. It's faster, more efficient, and kind of shutting everything down and then reigniting. Right now, that hot stage it's single use. It detaches from the booster as it flies back, but in the future, it's going to be integrated right into the top. And then on top of all of that, there's all of the infrastructure that's built up around it to support Starship. We call it Stage 0. That's everything, the launch pads, the propellant farm, launch towers, chopsticks that are catching the booster out of the air, stacking the ship, all of that. And you may have noticed we have a new addition out there near the pad. The orbital launch mount for Pad 2 has officially been installed. That's starting to come together. Just like Pad 1, Pad 2 has a launch mount. That's where you're going to put Super Heavy on top. We also have a launch tower with arms, a little bit shorter on that one. That's going to be used to stack the Starship on top, put the booster on top, catch the booster, catch the Starship. We did put the orbital launch mount on there. That's responsible for routing all of the propellant to the booster ahead of flight. Underneath it, you've got flame deflectors, the water deluge system to disperse all of those forces. The single piece we just lifted in weighs about 1,060 metric tons, which, if you're keeping score at home, that's the same weight as about 10 Millennium Falcons. It's heavy.
That's a lot of Millennium Falcons,
So
Dan.
many.
We're also currently in work on Starship's brand new pad at Kennedy Space Center's Launch Complex 39A, and we're hoping to bring that online later this year as well. Tons of progress with Starship so far in 2025, and lots of incredible milestones still coming up. And we are still on track to lift off tonight at 6:30 p.m. Central Time. And right now, it's time to say hi to Chris, who's over there repping the West Coast Ops today. How's it going, Chris?
Hey, Jesse and Dan, and welcome everyone to West Coast and Hawthorne, California. As you can see behind me, the crowd is gathering outside of our mission control room here in Hawthorne, and the excitement is really palpable as we continue to count down toward Starship's 9th flight test. Now, our mission control room here in Hawthorne usually serves as the mission control room for our Falcon and Dragon missions once they launch from Florida and California. Now, with Starship, all countdown and mission control operations actually use the same flight control team from the same location at Starbase, which you can see on your screen now. But as we develop a vehicle like Starship, we want as many experts watching over its various systems as we can. And that's what we use the mission control room here in Hawthorne for during Starship flight tests like today's. The folks in mission control, which you see now on your screen, are the responsible engineers for Starship's various systems. This includes things like booster systems, stage propellant, our ground stations, flight software, the loads, and the vehicle structures as well. And having this support gives the flight teams in Starbase immediate access to our engineers' knowledge, which is really, really important when we're making informed decisions very quickly in a test program like this. This setup has been great for Starship flight tests so far, as we've handled things like propellant temperature differences, as well as day of launch winds that can affect the loads placed on Starship structures during launch, and particularly during the descent of the Super Heavy booster back to Earth. So having all of these responsible engineers ready to support is crucial during Starship testing, where we place hardware in flight conditions quickly to iterate and make the best and most reliable rocket that we can. So it's definitely a full house, a growing full house here in Hawthorne for our 9th flight of Starship today. Every flight brings us a step closer to a future where Starship is flying multiple times a day, and I'm sure you all feel the same way down there in Texas, Dan and Jesse, but I can't wait to see Starship's launch today. How about you?
Yeah, can't wait to see it, Chris. As you can see, props loading on the vehicle is just a little under 2 miles away from us, and we're really excited. Looking back real quick, so back in March, Starship's 8th flight test saw us catch the Super Heavy booster for the 3rd time ever, another big step on that path to full and rapid reusability. Unfortunately, the Starship upper stage did experience what we call a rapid, unscheduled disassembly before it finished its climb to space, which meant we didn't reach all of those additional mission objectives that we had set.
About 5.5 minutes into ship's Ascent burn, a hardware failure in one of its sea-level Raptor engines took out that engine, the 2 remaining sea-level engines, and a Raptor vacuum engine. That's 4 of the 6 engines that ship has. This was a different failure than we saw on Flight 7, and the fixes that we put in place did work as expected. So this was a new issue on Flight 8. So welcome to iterative engineering.
That's right. Losing hardware is a potential outcome of any test program. That's why we're always prepared with safety measures in place and also ready to have boots on the ground to assist with anything like debris cleanup. We can coordinate with all the necessary parties, organizations, administrations for safety in advance and in an ongoing basis during our test campaigns to plan for as many possible outcomes. Definitely do want to say thank you, though, to the people of the Bahamas, the government of the Bahamas, who worked with us so closely since Flight 8.
We took full responsibility for the cleanup, and in doing so, we had people on the ground in the Bahamas within 12 hours to help with debris recovery. So all that said, we're moving forward in our development cycle with safety at the top of mind. And we fly again today to get this current iteration of Ship to space and back.
That's right. Putting hardware in a flight environment as frequently as possible, so you're seeing how things behave all together in the real world. Then you're solving problems as they pop up. That's how SpaceX developed their very first rocket, Falcon 1. Same philosophy was used to develop Falcon 9.
Today, we're looking to get our first re-entry with the latest iteration of Ship, while intentionally stressing the Super Heavy vehicle during its return to get data on its boundaries. And by stressing, we mean that we'll be pushing the flight envelope of Super Heavy as we fly at a higher angle of attack during descent towards the Gulf. Angle of attack in this case means that Super Heavy is pitched up to maximize drag and slow return. Because of this test, we will not be attempting to catch and recover Super Heavy, which again is flying for its second time today. So for a brief moment, this booster will hold the title as the Super Heavy flight leader.
That's right. All right. Lot still ahead for today. Let's get into it real quick with this overview. As always, everything starts with a liftoff. 33 Raptor engines igniting. Super Heavy pushing itself and Starship into Ascent over the Gulf. It's going to continue for about 2.5 minutes before we get to hot staging. Ship will ignite in its engines. Booster will do its boost back burn and begin its flight experiments back for a hard splashdown in the Gulf of America. Meanwhile, Ship continues its burn into space.
And Ship will remain suborbital. We will be deploying 8 Starlink simulator satellites and then head towards re-entry. We'll relight a Raptor engine as well as test experiments during re-entry, such as missing tiles, metallic tiles, loading the vehicle's flaps, and then Ship will attempt a flip maneuver, and if all goes planned, we'll conclude the test with a soft water splashdown in the Indian Ocean. So that's what we have on the menu for Flight 9 today.
Whole lot.
Yeah.
Flight 8's RUD taught us new lessons about Starship hardware, specifically the Raptor engines. And as we touched on earlier, the root cause was traced to a hardware failure in one of Starship's 3 center Raptor engines.
Yeah, just since that flight, we've done more than 100 long-duration Raptor tests at our facility in McGregor. Huge shout out to that team for really putting in the work to better understand what happened. As a result, the engines that are on Starship's upper stage on the pad right behind us have a few changes. One of the key ones we did was additional preload on some of the joints, essentially some additional torquing, a new nitrogen purge system for the engines themselves, and made some improvements to the propellant drain system.
After our first ever Super Heavy refurb campaign, we static fired with all 33 Raptor engines. This was a chance to see all the hardware operating together, and for this flight, our teams had an opportunity to make adjustments or hardware replacements for this first ever reflight of the Super Heavy booster.
And then it was Ship's turn. We took it through several static fires. First, we did this short duration single engine burn to simulate an in-space reignition of Raptor using those header tanks, those smaller tanks up in the nose cone. We also completed a longer duration 60-second burn with all 6 engines. So where you're really putting the entire propulsion system that's going to be used for the ship's ascent into space through the paces, making sure everything's working together before we go stack it on the pad.
And in the end, these changes represent the core of our test program. And reflying a booster for the first time is a major milestone, especially so early in the flight test program. Now, Falcon did it in just over 30 flights.
And Starship's doing it today on just its 9th flight. It's not wild just because of how much faster that is, but just how much bigger Starship is. Falcon 9 can lift about 23 metric tons into orbit. Starship is designed to lift 200.
That is so exciting. And on top of that, we're also reflying engine 314 for its 3rd flight, which you might recall is the engine with a pie on the nozzle. And there you can see that engine there. It is a milestone, most definitely, but we do remain focused on getting to the point where no refurbishment is needed between any of the flights.
Yeah, that means we want to launch it, bring it back, look at it, reload propellants, go again. That is really what's key. That is what full and rapid reusability will look like.
We're coming to you today from Star Factory, our new 1 million square foot manufacturing facility in Starbase, Texas. The Super Heavy booster is the first stage of the Starship launch vehicle stack. It's the largest boost stage ever developed for any rocket ever. Having the largest rocket ever is a very cool engineering feat, but the thing that really makes a difference is the ability to rapidly reuse that rocket to launch many other missions. Reflying Booster 14 is an important first milestone in that we have proven that we can recover a vehicle, turn it around, and fly it a second time. But it's not a victory lap yet.
From an operational perspective, an ideal state looks like a vehicle where very few things have to happen on it in order to take back off again. So we catch the vehicle, put it back onto the launch mount, put a new ship back on top with its payload, refuel, and take back off. And that same booster will come back to the launch mount, and we do the same thing all over again.
Yep.
Falcon is, reusing at a pretty high rate, and we get to go look at them and say, what did you learn? What is good? What is bad? And as we continue to build the Starship process.
Zero-touch refurbishment really looks like a commercial airliner. The advantage we have on Booster relative to when we developed Falcon 9, for instance, is this was really designed from the outset for rapid reusability.
We're using all of the flight test learnings from our version 1 and version 2 vehicles in our orbital flight test campaign to inform the design of our version 3 vehicle.
The next generation vehicle will be the first time that we've really attempted to make rapidly reusable thermal protection on a rocket. In the next iteration, we'll be able to add in new innovative materials and regenerative cooling that will enable rapid zero-touch refurbishment.
Rapid reusability, the ability to fly, turn the vehicle around, and refly again immediately is really the key goal of the Starship program.
Yes. Thank you for that news.
It is so cool to see our teams working together as Starship is learning from Falcon with reusability, and now we're seeing Starship do the same thing today. So all eyes on the rocket on the pad, getting ready to launch in just about 17 minutes from now.
That's right. Looking at our levels real quick, we're a little bit more than halfway full on fuel.
I'm going to cut them real quick here for a second. What they just said is exactly what I wanted to hear. They are working on having regenerative actively cooled tiles on the Block 3 Starship, which is exactly what we need. If you haven't done so yet, subscribe to the channel. I would love to get to 600,000 subscribers today. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Concern all day for launch. We've been moving through all of our pre-flight checkouts pretty smoothly so far this morning, getting the ship and the booster ready for prop load, making sure guidance, navigation, and control are aligned. Everything's ready to go. You can see with the frost coming off, we're getting pretty full. We started loading all of the propellants on board both ships about 45 minutes or so before launch. They kind of stagger where we start with ship and then move into booster. We're going to continue loading these propellants on board until just about 3 minutes before liftoff. We'll close out on the ship first and then on the booster. But bottom line, everything's looking great. Not tracking any vehicle issues, range issues, weather issues. We're looking really good right now for a launch at the top of our window right at 6:30 p.m. Central.
Yeah, seeing
Very
the propellant loading is making this getting more and more exciting. Today is going to be a wild ride for Super Heavy. We're putting the booster through several tests to expand the envelope on its capabilities and get flight data to make its return and catch more reliable. Now, another unique change in today's flight will be the addition of the first ever directional flip of the booster.
That's right. If you've followed previous flights and you kind of wonder to yourself, why does the direction of the booster flip seem random? Surprise, it's because it was. We've got a couple of views from previous flights where you'll see the booster kind of go in different directions, and it was really small differences in the thrust of those ship engines. As they started up, they would nudge the booster in an initial direction, and so the booster would essentially sense that and then lean into it, and it'll react, the engines will gimbal, and then it'll continue the flip. That was the easiest option technically, but you do take some performance hits since you're essentially setting aside propellant to accommodate every single direction for a flip.
Exactly, but if we know which direction we're flipping, then we know how much propellant we will need and can instead use more of the propellant to burn longer during ascent, adding more velocity to ship and increasing how much payload it can ultimately deliver to space.
Yeah, so today I got my trusty Super Heavy here. We're going to intentionally try to flip straight up. So again, as you're separating from the ship, We want to get to here as you're doing that boost back burn. The fastest way is to just flip straight up and go into it. That's roughly what we did on Flight 5. It's the most direct way to get into that orientation for the boost back burn. What you don't want to do is when you flip all the way down like that, we did that on Flight 7, it takes you in a big loop, uses the most amount of prop, not efficient. We're at the point where we want to start kind of tuning it in and getting some extra performance out of the booster.
Yeah, exactly. That's
I
called
think mine is bigger than his.
To accomplish this, we made some changes to the hot stage adapter, welding reinforced panels over the vents in the direction that we want the booster to go. So when the ship engines ignite, the thrust will push against the blocked vents, which means that the nudge will be in the direction that we planned for. And then when we go to the next generation of ship and booster, we plan to control the flip direction by fine-tuning the engine startup sequence on the ship.
Yeah, that's not the only flight experiment that we have planned for the booster today. We're not attempting a catch, so we're going to try and gather additional data that's going to improve performance on future boosters. We're also going to try and see how resilient we are to things like losing an engine during the landing burn. By sending the booster out to sea, we're able to do these higher risk tests without risking the launch pad. As you might have heard earlier, we're going to be doing what's called a higher angle of attack. Basically, instead of coming straight down, we're going to tilt up a little bit. That gets you more drag on the booster. You're able to use just aerodynamic forces to slow you down. The slower you're going at the start of that landing burn, the less propellant you need, because really you're just focused on slowing down as much as humanly possible when you fire that up. So by already going a little bit slower, we'll get some benefits to our performance and our reliability on those burns.
Yeah, exactly. And there's definite uncertainty in how well the booster's grid fins and structure will be able to control its flight when we get into higher angles. So don't be surprised if it isn't a smooth descent for the booster down to its splashdown point today. The most important objective of this portion of the test will be getting actual flight data to help anchor our models. Now, we're hoping to fly the next generation of super heavy boosters at even higher angles of attack. So this test today will give us a better idea of what is feasible. Now, on top of all of this, we're going to see how resilient Super Heavy is to engine failures at the most critical times.
Yeah, we're going to intentionally disable one of those 3 center engines and instead use an engine from the middle ring that's kind of right behind it. Those center engines are what we nominally use at the very last part of a landing burn. You're just kind of fine-tuning the booster's path into those waiting chopstick arms. This is going to act as a real-world simulation of a pretty scary situation where engines are not starting at probably the worst possible time, but we're going to do this without risking the pad. And then at the very end of the landing burn, we're going to cut one more engine off and go down to only those 2 center engines. The burn is going to end while Super Heavy is still several hundred feet above the Gulf, so we expect it to make a pretty hard splashdown today. So, in all, pretty eventful day for the booster.
Several hundred feet.
And as many of you may know, water landings are actually uncommon for SpaceX. While other launch providers expend all of their boosters after flight, we land and reuse most of ours. All of these tests are going to help us improve future generations of Super Heavy until we reach its fundamental design, a fully and rapidly reusable and reliable rocket. All right, let's check back in with Chris in Hawthorne. How's it going, Chris?
Hey, Jesse, my colleagues here in Hawthorne definitely agree with you. We can't wait to see the Super Heavy perform its second flight and see all of the work from our thousands of engineers and technicians in action today. Now, while this reuse milestone is incredibly important for Starship's development, Super Heavy boosters are not the only vehicles that we reuse here at SpaceX. We're big on reuse, and our Dragon fleet is another example of that reuse. And we actually control those Dragon missions from right here in Hawthorne in the mission control room.
Okay, while he is talking about Dragon missions here real quick, for everybody who has just joined us, we are watching Starship Flight 9. Ship 35 and booster 14-2 are going to go up to space and try to perform what Flight 7 and 8 did. Today, it happens to be the 6-year anniversary of What About It. So 6 years ago, I uploaded my first video. We are right now 1,300 subscribers away from 600,000. If you haven't subscribed yet, and I'm pretty sure there's like 10,000 people in here who haven't subscribed yet, push the subscribe button, get us over the 6-digit, and the team is going to be flipping. Thank you so much for watching this with us, and enjoy the show. We're less than 10 minutes away. Incredible.
6 crew in those 5 years, and we are expecting that number to grow significantly in the coming years. Now, most recently on our From 2 mission, the crew offered unique glimpses into the orbital spaceflight experience. And this was honestly just so cool to see. Thank you to our Starlink teams for making everything with the From 2 crew shared possible. This honestly made me feel like I was right there with them in Dragon. They were living, they were working, they were relaxing, they were doing their experiments while also having fun. Basically, just being people and inviting us along for the ride. And that was really meaningful. Being invited up there really showed how these are just the early days on the road to making life multiplanetary. And the vehicle that's going to make all of that happen is Starship. And Dan and Jesse, I don't know about you, but that is definitely a future I have wanted since I was a little kid, and I cannot wait to see us make it a reality.
Yeah, right there with you, Chris. It's the fact that we're getting close to that being reality, that the vehicle that's going to go is sitting on the pad right there. Like, that's endlessly exciting. All of that's going to include sending humans, all of the infrastructure for a permanent presence on Mars. And we're looking ahead to sending the very first Starships to Mars as early as next year.
Yeah, this will help prove that we can actually get to Mars with a focus on learning as much as possible while demonstrating what will be needed for Mars transit and landing. But before we can make life multiplanetary, we have to build the Starships that will make this all possible.
That's right, and that's happening right here, Starbase, Texas, the gateway to Mars. This is where we're soon going to be launching up to 25 Starship launches per year from here at Starbase. And the place is changing every single day. We've grown quite a bit just in the last couple of years. There's a couple hundred employees, their families living amongst actual rockets. We're in the process of expanding production and integration. We've got a target of 1,000 Starships a year we're going to try to hit. And recently, we did become a city of our own. We're the first city in Cameron County in 30 years. And that's just going to help us scale more quickly, try to build out the best community possible for all the people that are building the future of humanity's place in space. Starbase, pretty easily one of the most inspiring, exciting, unique places to live and work on the planet. As usual, shameless plug, we're always hiring. Come help us build the game.
Shameless plug.
Visit spacex.com/careers. You can see all of our openings.
And this is my first time in Starbase, and Dan, the Star Factory.
They need the people. So if you can help them, go apply.
Like this at such a large scale with such a large scale vehicle is so wild to me. And though I'm just visiting, Chris is hanging out right where I call home base. So let's check back in with Chris in Hawthorne.
Thanks, Jesse. Yeah, everything here in Hawthorne is looking good. The crowd is gathered, really excited to watch the hard work of all of their colleagues come to fruition here for Starship on its 9th flight test. Not tracking any issues. We are excited to watch Starship do its thing today, make it halfway around the world, and test a lot of those critical in-space maneuvers and operations that will be vital for the program's continued operation. So Dan and Jesse, we can't wait for liftoff. Let's have a good flight today.
Thanks, Chris. Now, if you're just now joining us, where have you been? But we're glad that you're joining us now. We are at T-minus just under 6 minutes until liftoff of the 9th Starship test flight. So far, the range is looking good. All the airspace and trajectory area that we are going to be launching through is looking good for our test flight today. Weather has been great. It was a little rainy and windy this morning, but it cleared up. It looks beautiful here in Starbase, and propellant loading continues on both stages.
All right, yeah, it is continuing. We're a little over 90% full on our booster. We are pretty much full in the main tanks on ship, filling up those header tanks. We're going to continue loading prop for about 2 more minutes. Once we're done with that, you've got just under 11 million pounds of liquid propellant spread across those 2 stages. After we get through all of that prop load, our stage 0 will get ready. The ground systems will go through pushbacks, clearing all of those fluid feed lines back to the propellant farm, getting ready for launch. We did just see they did a flat check, the final flap check on the ship. We're doing final alignments of the guidance, navigation, and control system, our thrust vector control, essentially our steering. Checkouts of the flight safety system. So everything progressing right now. If we do need to hold, that can come at T-minus 40 seconds. That's a point built into the countdown where we can pause to wait for any final checkouts, pressurizations, anything that we need to complete. We can hold there. We will only hold there if we're tracking an issue. We're not currently tracking anything that will hold us at T-minus 40 seconds. But if you've seen a Starship launch before, they can happen. We can push through them and then launch that day still.
Exactly.
Just
but when we do
real quick, they have not done the hold on the last 2
in
launches.
rapid succession, the ground spin and ignition systems come up to flight pressure, ship goes to internal power, and then after that, the quick disconnect or QD, arm lockout is removed in preparation for retraction just shortly after T-minus 0. And once we pass T-minus 40 seconds, we do still have the ability to recycle the count under certain conditions back to T-minus 40 seconds, and then hold there to assess what happened and see if we can proceed again back down to T0.
Yeah, there are a couple of things, kind of gates in that timeline that if we pass through that and we hit a hold, we'd have to scrub for the day. One pretty visual one will be if the water starts flowing for that deflector system that's underneath the launch mount. That happens right at around T-minus 10 seconds. For flowing water, we can't turn it off after it starts, and if we hit a hold, we're scrubbed for the day. We would need to refill those water tanks. We would also, at that point, need to refill all of the propellant tanks, as 11 million pounds of propellant is a whole lot. We can typically do that in about 24 hours, so we can always turn around to try again tomorrow. But we are coming up on 3 minutes away from liftoff. We should be hearing that we're closed out of prop load on the ship at this point. Booster coming up shortly.
Yep. Man, this looked like...
The weather just looks amazing there with Starship on the launch pad. Just about 2 minutes and 45 seconds from T0 with a lot of objectives for today. The booster, the Super Heavy booster flying today, will be flying for its 2nd time. Last flight was on Flight 7 and just turned around in 2.
Real quick again, it's 2 minutes and 27 seconds until launch. We have almost 40,000 people watching, and we're missing 1,000 subscribers. 1,000 people, please click the subscribe button. Thank you so much.
Some more information once we hear that reason. But again, that's not the end of the day. We can hold at T-minus 40 seconds for quite a few minutes. We eventually have to start looking at our temperature of all of our propellant on board. That's usually what drives us to, if we held too long, we have to stand down for the day. So we are expecting a hold at T-minus 40 seconds. Sounds like we're going to be doing some additional checkouts on the booster Raptor while we're at that T-minus 40 second mark. So we will expect to see the clock pause at T-minus 40. And then again, we've got a couple of minutes. They can work through the issues. If we're able to clear them, we can still launch today. If it's something that we can't, we can always stand down, turn around, recycle, fly again tomorrow.
Don't do that.
Again, that's really important. This is what terminal count is exactly for, is to be checking the vehicle, monitoring the vehicle systems as it makes its way down to T0. And again, this gives us the ability to catch anything and be able to hold, as Dan has been saying, and recycle if we need to, or pause so that we can.
Real quick, she's just rehashing what he just said. What this basically means is that they have some sensors on their Raptor engines that aren't in the envelope, as they say. And they are going through these to find out what the problem is. And if they can solve this right now, we're going to see the launch today. Oh my, we're 800 subscribers away, by the way. We're going to hold at 40 seconds. We're going to hold at 40 seconds.
In a launch, one of which has already launched
twice, and we'll go for
it is getting ready for its third time. Right. And you just heard our flight director for the day, Joe Sliker. He just shared that we are going to hold at this T-minus 40 second mark. Keep an eye on one of those Raptor engines on booster.
Do you guys still remember that thing? The people from the early days do. That's the launch hat. And that's my daughter, and she's always there to cheer us for a launch. And so she's taken that over because I'm wearing headphones at this point. And it doesn't, as you can see, it just doesn't fit over. I can't wear the launch hat anymore. It's just sitting on top. But I can't do it. Shout out to Gene, who gave me this thing.
Jumping in, we are holding still at T-minus 40 seconds. Watching one engine, waiting for temperatures to kind of get to a zone that we want them to on one of the engines on the booster, on the Super Heavy.
So they have a temperature problem on one of the engines. Again, we are 700 subscribers away from hitting 600,000 on our 6th anniversary. We've been doing this for 6 years. Push us over that 600,000 digit, please. We have 42,000 people watching right now. Thank you so much for tuning in, by the way.
A different issue on the ground side.
But again, this is exactly what it's for. This gives us the best chances at success.
And the clock is rolling.
Oh my God.
All right.
Here we go, 30 seconds.
T-minus
30 seconds, everybody.
Let's listen in. Watch
Flight 9.
Proven super heavy.
Let's do this.
Off from Starbase.
Oh boy. We are going. We are going. We are going. 16, 15. Let's do it. Come on. Get rid of the subscriber counter now, so that we get the telemetry. Thank you. I'll let you know if we made it over 600,000. Thank you for subscribing.
We did have a hold.
We're holding again. Okay.
And looks like the clock jumped back to T-minus 40 seconds.
We have the people off. You don't see those people standing there.
All right. So, we jumped out.
Okay, we're holding again.
Did not see the deflector go off. So hopefully we were right at around that T-minus 10 second mark.
Yep.
And if we were before that T-minus 10 second mark, we do have the ability to recycle, as we mentioned earlier.
That's the biggest problem.
40 seconds.
If you, just to give you a short breakdown of what she just said, is as soon as the deluge system starts firing, that water is lost and you need it for a launch and that can't be recycled. So that's why she was pointing that out. We're holding at 40. Can we get that subscriber counter back in?
For the day.
Because I don't know if we hit the...
We can hang
missing
out
another
at
400
for
something.
Several minutes. Eventually, we start looking at your bulk temperatures and all of your propellant on board the vehicle. We're not actively replenishing the propellant on board Super Heavy and Starship, and so you don't have essentially forever to hang out before things start to warm up. And you do want to make sure your temperature's in a really stable range for a healthy startup on Raptor engines. So they're going to work through this issue. We can continue to hold here for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, that's the nice thing. They can hold at this spot for, I think, 10 minutes or so. So we're still in for business for today. And there's just another 419, 18, 17. Click the subscribe button. Please make it happen. Our team would love this so much. You will have 12 space nerds that are going to smile all over their faces.
All right, so cumulatively, we've held for a little over 3 minutes between the two holds. Again, this is a ground side issue on our tower. The techs are looking through the data right now to see if it's something that we can either work through or if it would cause us to have to stand down. So we're continuing to hang out with them. Holding at T-minus 40.
With 45,000 people watching right now with us, thank you so much for tuning in. If it's not today, it's going to be tomorrow. We are going to stream this.
We did initially hold at T-minus 40 seconds. We continued the count, but recycled before we got to T-minus 10 seconds. And so we're back at a hold at T-minus 40 seconds. Waiting for more information. The team is checking out to see if we can continue today.
Yep. Let's cross our fingers one last time. Maybe we can see it today. If not today, it is going to be tomorrow. And we are missing 200 subscribers. Thank you guys so much. This is almost making me tear up. We've been working for 6 years. We have episode 468 released. We have done days and days of live streams. If somebody would have told me this 6 years ago.
T-minus 40 seconds. We've been holding for just about 5 minutes now.
Yep, so we have another 5 minutes they can hold this.
Evaluate if we can continue to T0 for Flight 9.
Mm-hmm. Come on.
All right, so it sounds like we're coming to a resolution.
Hopefully a good one. But it doesn't matter. Look at that. We're at 920. Oh my God. Thank you so much, people. Thank you so much. This is so much appreciated. You can barely imagine. You can barely imagine how this feels right now.
All right, so we are getting to a resolution. We're going to reset everything.
Thank you guys so much. Even if we don't see a launch today, this is something completely crazy. Look at that digit flip.
All right, so we're going to see the clock. It is now rolling.
And we're rolling again! Oh my god! You made it happen, everybody! You made it happen! If this thing launches... Oh, come on! Thank you so much for subscribing. Oh, man.
The clock is rolling.
20 seconds.
Pass around that T-minus 10 second mark.
What a thriller! What a thriller! Come on, 10 seconds to go. We are seeing a launch! Come on, everybody! 6, 5, we are going to see it! Deluge system and ignition! Come on! Woo-hoo! Yes! Let's do this! One more time, and it is moving. We are going to see the pitch maneuver away from the tower. Oh, this is amazing. Look at those Mach diamonds from 33 Raptor engines burning on that super heavy booster. And you guys pushed us past 600,000 subscribers just now. Enjoy this launch. Now, we are waiting for stage separation. Flight 9 is flying. SpaceX seems to have audio problems here. I'm not hearing much from them. There we go.
Hell of a sight from here. We see it arcing right over top of us. We see 33 out of 33 Raptor engines lit.
Clean ignitions. Look at this.
Starts to ascend skyward.
And they have a nice round-shaped dial going down until stage separation. That's a cool addition.
Maximum aerodynamic pressure, then only about a minute and a half until we get into hot staging.
Miko at 235. That's what we're looking for. That's the first milestone. Max Q is passed.
Incredible. We could feel the building shaking. We could feel the vehicle's power.
Yeah, I've seen it live, and she's not over-exaggerating.
Down those engines on the booster. Again, this booster is flying for its second time today.
Yep.
All right,
237.
Coming up a little under a minute.
At 235, we're going to see super heavy Miko and then hot staging.
Engines turn off on the booster. So
Look at
our
that
version of Miko, most engines cut off. And then just a few seconds later, hoping to see 6 engines ignite on ship to push it away.
Ah, my wife and Helena are here on the side. Come on. Miko is at 230, 235 is Miko.
Which way the booster flips. First ever directional flip we're going for today. Should flip straight up.
And 5 seconds.
See those engines powering down?
Booster engine cut off.
That's it. All right, we have Miko. Most engines cut off because it doesn't cut off all the engines. And then 237, we have the hot stage. Now,
super heavy booster.
you go, Ship 35, you go.
3 engines on the ship ignited.
6 healthy Raptors running on ship. On
You
its way to
go.
space.
You see the booster in the distance?
Booster doing the boost back. Chris, how's it looking over there in Hawthorne, man?
It is looking
chamber pressure is nominal.
It is looking absolutely incredible here in Hawthorne. As we said, 6 healthy engines on ship. We've got 13 out of 13 engines on the booster. Now down to those 3, which is what we expect in the final moments of the boost back burn. Now, as a reminder, we are not recovering the super heavy booster today. We are instead going to do some
shutdown.
And there we had a good shutdown of the boost back burn. Next up will be the jettison of that hot stage ring.
Avionics power and telemetry not
Come on.
great call out there that everything looking nominal aboard the Super Heavy vehicle,
100 kilometers.
which is returning to Earth, and we're going to be doing some experiments with it, including a higher angle of attack re-entry, as well as some engine tests as it gets closer to the Gulf. We are, again, because of these tests not recovering it, we are sending it to the Gulf on purpose to do those tests. But again, you see the booster on the left-hand side of your screen. You see ship with 6 healthy engines continuing its ascent to its planned suborbital trajectory. Everything going very well so far for Starship's 9th flight. Now 4 minutes, 15 seconds in.
Halfway through the burn.
Great views from inside of the aft engine area of ship there, looking at those 3 sea level and 3 Raptor engines on the right-hand side of your screen.
Get rid of myself real quick so that we can see everything.
Liquid oxygen dump. So because we don't need some of that liquid oxygen propellant in its tanks, we vent that propellant out to lessen the booster's mass as it comes in for its landing.
That's the hot staging ring right there.
Just absolutely gorgeous views watching
So
these
far,
two
so good.
vehicles do their respective things in the skies over Texas here today. And Dan, we're approaching the 5-minute mark into the flight. Super Heavy is descending rapidly. What can we expect here in the next few minutes as it does its atmospheric tests?
Yeah,
So
now,
far,
as
so
we
good.
had talked about, Super Heavy might not have a very smooth ride down. We're going to be putting it through this higher angle of attack. So we're kind of pitching it up a tiny bit, increasing drag. We've done this in wind tunnels. We've done this in computer modeling. It shows that sometimes the control isn't great, but only one way to really prove it out, and that's to get real-world data.
Coming
So
up
here's
on
the
landing
Super
burn.
Heavy.
619 is landing
Should
burn
be
startup.
igniting for its landing burn in just about 40 seconds from now.
Why was the
We are
ship
going to
rolling?
relight 13 engines, then bring that down to 3 engines. As we talked about earlier, we will be intentionally shutting down. We will be shutting down one of those 3 center engines intentionally to push the limits of the Super Heavy booster.
Raptor chamber
Six-
pressure nominal.
619 is when the landing burn starts.
6 healthy engines on the ship, 3 sea level and 3 vacuum engines still
Come
ignited
on.
as the Super Heavy
619.
its way back down to Earth.
We can see those.
Here
burn
goes.
pits doing
Here
some
goes.
heavy work.
Oh, that didn't look too good.
Ignited for a landing burn.
That did not look too good. Nope. Telemetry lost on the booster. This does look like they lost the booster during ignition or slightly
With that
before.
landing burn.
Yeah. That looks like it's done with
Does
its
look like
landing.
we lost telemetry from the
Oh, that
booster
footage is
once we
going to be
started with
brilliant.
that landing burn. Did you
That
see
footage is going to be good.
confirmation that the booster
Of photographers out
demise?
there. Yeah. Yeah, that
So
didn't look too
booster's
good.
flight ending before it was able to get through landing burn, but again, we were not
So-
bringing that back. We were expecting
Yeah.
it to make a hard splashdown in the Gulf. We were
All right,
getting
next
live
up.
data back the entire time through that high angle of attack flight, so that was something that was really vital for us to get during this
Yep.
reuse.
Yeah, what's to
First
say about
reflight
this
of
is that
booster in the
is
books. All right,
this
Jet,
booster was
about
an
2
extreme
minutes left.
test. And the next thing we're looking up to is 856.
6 Raptor engines to shut down. That will be SECO, basically
Yep.
second engine or second stage engine shut off.
856.
These are some incredible views, Dan, from the aft end of the ship, watching as the engines stay ignited with the Earth in the background.
As always, the Starship
Fantastic.
avionics team, the techs. I think we
All
just
looks
heard
good.
the booster. But all right, we got about a minute left into this burn. All eyes definitely on
What did they
ship
hear about the...
as we
Tell
get
us what
the
you
final
heard.
Stages into its ascent. We're expecting it to start to cut those engines off in about
40
45
seconds. Yep. 856 is what we're looking forward to, Starship engine cutoff. And to say that again about the booster, it was an extreme return profile. They had a higher angle of attack. They
About
wanted to
30
do
seconds to go.
They wanted to do a special sabotage landing burn and so on and so forth. So
Phases
this,
of this ascent burn.
15 seconds.
We did see shutdown of the Raptor engines. We do stagger these, so we do the Raptors first. Those 3 have shut down successfully. Sea levels still running.
Come on.
Ship engine cut off.
Yes! There we go. Okay, we are in game. Now comes the coast phase. Woohoo! Ship 35, everybody.
3 most beautiful words in the English language.
Oh, yes. I tweeted that yesterday.
Phenomenal insertion.
Oh. All right, now I'm going to go die. Why is it turning?
Flight test so far today.
I am so anxious
reflew
about this
a
ship.
Super heavy booster for the very first time in 9 test flights. Ship is in its orbital trajectory. Again, it's going to remain suborbital for its mission today.
You see quite a few test tiles on there.
It ignited all 6 of its engines and made it all the way through SECO just now.
Give it to me, give it to me. I need this, I need this. Oh, we made it, everybody. We made it. We're in a coast phase. We are right now tumbling a little bit.
That's, ooh, still lots to come for the rest of this flight. Per usual, I need to collect myself. Hey, Chris, how's it going over there in Hawthorne, man? How's everybody doing?
I think the elation and the excitement and the happiness at what we just saw achieved carried through across all of our sites. What an incredible view to see Starship back orbiting the Earth just under 11 minutes into our mission. Absolutely exciting to see all of this and super pumped especially to see all of the team's hard work in action here today. As guaranteed, it has been an exciting evening so far for Starship's 9th test flight. We lifted off a little bit after 6:30 p.m. after a couple of holds that were triggered at the T-minus 40-second mark, but we were able to clear those, one on the Raptor, one on the tower, and we were able to lift off successfully from Starbase. 33 out of 33 Raptor engines lit on the Super Heavy, all 6 engines lit on Ship, bringing it to its planned suborbital trajectory around Earth. But as Dan said, we've got a lot still coming up in our flight sequence. So coming up at about T plus 18 minutes, 26 seconds, we'll have the first deployment of simulated Starlink satellites planned from Starship. That will be followed at about T plus 37 minutes and 49 seconds by the relight of a single Raptor sea level engine in space. This is going to help us gather data on our ability to do a deorbit burn for future Starship missions that will go orbital. And then, of course, one of the biggest tests yet to come is the new heat shield modifications to Starship. And that'll start with reentry into Earth's atmosphere at about the T plus 45 minute mark, which should take about 16, 18 minutes to complete.
All right, give me a second here. I can hear people. I can see people on the chat. Venting as well as that slight spin. Don't have to say anything bad yet. Just stick with us.
Purposely took those 100 tiles off over very critical areas of the vehicle to be able to safely test on a flight like this suborbital trajectory into the Indian Ocean what might happen on an operational flight in those areas if we were to lose the primary heat shield tile over Starship. So very critical test coming up. And then after that, we'll have the final descent where we will again be pushing Starship to its limits. We definitely pushed the booster to its limits today to gather data, and we're going to be doing the exact same thing on that ship, seeing how the ship handles various flight conditions that we will need it to fly in as we look to one day soon bring ships back to Starbase for catching.
Again, real quick. This venting is absolutely normal, and this slight spin is not a problem. They have reaction control thrusters that can counter this. So let's just keep watching. I am as anxious as you are. We're coming up on a deploy in 5 minutes, a payload deploy.
From Starlink that you are seeing these wonderful views of ship in space right now. So, and I can't wait to see Starlink really provide those epic views and that data transmission during reentry, which is very, very critical to getting that data during reentry. So, Dan and Jesse, it's been an exciting day so far. There's more to come as we get ready for Starship's first ever payload deploy. What can we expect next here in the next few minutes?
Thanks, Chris. Just going to reiterate, thank you to the Starlink team for these incredible views today.
Yeah, it is incredible.
In a few minutes, Starship will deploy 8 Starlink simulators, similar in size to our next-generation Starlink satellites. The Starlink simulators will be on the same suborbital trajectory as Starship, meaning they will passively re-enter the atmosphere, just like Starship. With tests like these, we can see how Starship's payload deploy systems work in flight while ensuring that the simulator satellites pose no safety risk to people on Earth or for other satellites in orbit. Now, this also ensures that any parts of these simulator Starlink satellites that do survive reentry splash down harmlessly in the middle of the Indian Ocean.
And then before we get there, though, we're going to have to open up that payload deploy door. So we've only ever done that one time before. Pretty sure it was Flight 3. Someone on the internet, please check me. But that was the only time we ever opened it. And we've had Starlink simulators on the last 2 flights, but we haven't gotten to this moment yet where we're able to open up the payload door and start deploying these. It's going to be pretty cool. We've got them stacked inside of the Starship payload bay, and we'll have potentially a couple of views. You saw one camera pop up. Oh, there we go. Look inside of the payload bay of Starship.
Wow.
You can see them stacked down in the middle of your view. There's kind of 4 on either side, so they're sandwiched on top of each other, a stack of 4 right behind each other. And then we're going to pop the door open. It's on the right side of your screen, so we'll see that open up and then start firing those Starlink simulators out into space.
Let's go, Pez dispenser.
The payload door to open in a little over a minute from now. And then once that payload door
then 3
is
minutes,
open, about a couple minutes later is when we will start.
Look at these views.
Those Starlink simulators. What a great
right
view.
at the bottom of the stack. So should be able to see them kind of firing out from right there. So really cool. And eventually these are going to carry dozens of the next generation of Starlink satellite into space, and those are going to enable some truly insane things in terms of speeds from space and what we're able to do. Starlink's been really
20
great
times
for Starship,
Falcon 9.
Obviously.
Real quick, he's talking about Starlink right now. I said this before the rocket launched. The capacity of data throughput that a single Starship launch can add to the Starlink constellation is 20 times that of a Falcon 9. So 20 Falcon 9 launches in one Starship launch.
Well in excess of 100 megabits per second of downlink, and a lot of that gets eaten up by video. We've got dozens of cameras across Starship. We added several more. For this flight, you saw a couple of those as we have essentially 360 degrees. Oop. Open the pod bay door, Hal.
Yep, do that. Wow. What a thriller, everybody. We're 1.5 minutes away from payload deployed, which would be another first in the Starship program. We are expecting the deployment at 1826.
We are expecting the payload door to open any moment now. So we're watching out for that. Again, you're looking at the inside of Starship as it's suborbital.
Open it up. Say ah. Come on. It's really hard to tell in this screen as well. Let me give me a second. Maybe I can show you this.
We heard the door open was in progress.
Okay, so the door, for everybody who's wondering where it is
all the way open,
this thing there. That's the door, and the satellites are going to go out that way.
Hal told me no. He said, I'm sorry, Dan.
That's what we're looking for.
Can't do that. Looks like we won't get the door open today.
Ah!
But that's okay. This is obviously a test we want to be able to do before we're deploying full-on Starlinks. But the real focus
that's why they test
for this, now that we are in space, is getting to that reentry. That is the most critical phase of Starship that we still have to prove out.
Again, for anybody who was watching out for the door to open, the door is basically here. I'm going to,
All right.
that was the door.
So it does look like we're not going to be able to deploy Starlinks today, but we should have pretty frequent views from Starship. They might cut in and out every once in a while, but should be pretty regular. We are in darkness right now, so might be a lot of black, but the cool part is when we get to reentry, it's going to be daytime.
Yes, and we did that on purpose so that we can get some live daytime views as ship is returning back to Earth.
All right, so we are going to take a break. Enjoy these views as we get them. Enjoy the tunes. We'll be back in a couple of minutes when we get ready to relight one of those Raptor engines on orbit. See you soon.
Okay, everybody, are you still alive? This is amazing. Let's cut the audio there real quick. Exactly. There we go. Just fade that away. Okay, we are in space. We have reached 600,000 subscribers just on the side. It's incredible. Thank you so much for doing this with us. Everybody who's still here, we were supposed to see a payload deployment. This is the first test, though. As they said before, Flight 3, they had the door open. That's all they've tested so far. The PEZ dispenser, that is this thing here in the middle. I'm going to try to... Give me a second. I got to refresh this real quick so that I can paint on the screen. This thing here is the payload dispenser. That thing was supposed to send the Starlink satellites that way out of this door here. This is me scribbling on the screen, but that's what was supposed to happen. It hasn't happened, so we can look forward to that on the next flight. We're going to have a nice milestone. But what we did see was a Starship going to engine cutoff, and it is in coast phase, and we're going to go for a re-entry. At this point is inevitable, so it is absolutely going to happen. We're going to see that in 18 minutes roughly from now on. The booster itself was either just starting its landing burn or very, very close to it when we saw a bright fiery flash, meaning it likely had a RUD. It might have been engine related. It might have been related to anything else. They immediately lost telemetry, so I presume that the booster was lost. It was a reused booster, so again, keep that in mind. That was its second flight, and the first time ever a super heavy booster had a second flight. So this is all part of the test, and that's why they're doing it. It might have even been related to the steeper angle of attack that the booster was going through. Maybe it ripped something, and they were testing how large is the envelope? How much can we push it? That's what this booster landing was about, and they pushed it far enough for it to go off. I am very, very happy right now that Ship 35 is in space, and I'm pretty sure you are as well. This is crazy. I died 3 or 4 times during this ascent. We're in space. The deploy sadly didn't work, but we got some beautiful views of the inside of the payload bay, which was amazing to see. And next up, we're going to go for the engine relight, which is, I think, at 38 minutes, if I'm not completely wrong. Let me just see. 37 and 49, 37 minutes and 49 seconds. Maybe we can get the... is that the flight timeline or the launch timeline? There you go, the in-flight events. You can see at 37:49, right now we're coasting. So the ship is just going on a ballistic trajectory, so it's not on an orbital trajectory. And that is because things like the Raptor in space relight might not work, and that's why SpaceX doesn't want to send it on an orbital trajectory yet. Anybody who says they can't go to orbit is wrong. They could have just burned the engines for 30 seconds or a minute longer, and they would have been in space. They don't want that. They stay on a ballistic trajectory, which will lead them across the planet to a splashdown zone in the Indian Ocean. We're going to see the Raptor in space relight demo at 37:49, which is exactly the test for that. Once they've done this often enough, they're going to decide to stay in orbit and do a full circumvention of the planet, but they're not doing that yet. And you can see why. The payload deployment failed as well. They are testing things. This is a thriller that is hard to top. I'm pretty sure you saw it the same way. I cannot wait to see the Starship re-entry now. I'm going to take a short 5-minute break. So Jonathan, if you can take over for a moment, I need to go to the bathroom again, actually, and I need to cool down for a moment. Jonathan, take over 5 minutes if you can, and I'll be right back. I suggest you do the same if you want to. Now is the time to do the bathroom break because we're heading into the next milestone of the flight. Stay with us. This is going to stay as exciting as it was during the Ascent phase. And thank you so much for tuning in with us. Thank you so much for watching this with us. I don't even know how many are watching right now. I think we're over the peak right now because most people make the mistake of leaving after the launch. Stay with us. We're not done yet. We're at 41,000 people. Like the stream. We only have 13,000 likes so far, so there's at least easily 30,000 missing. It doesn't take much. Just click the like button. It helps us hugely. There's a reason why content creators always blabber that. I know at some point it gets annoying, but it really does help us. Thank you to everybody who has done super chats. I see a few still up there, and this is what keeps us going. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah. Ha. Okay, so Jonathan is fixing a software problem in the background right now. He has to restart a software. Okay, give us a second. We have to restart our streaming software because that is not interacting anymore. Stay with us. It'll buffer for like 10 seconds or so, and then we will be back. So stay with us. Oh, no, there we go. Okay. So I got to get that back up there again, though. Oh, I just have to change the tab here. All right, I'm back live, but I can't see the presentation. I am back. I see that. Thank you for staying with us. Where is this thing doing now? All right, give us a second. We're working on some technical difficulties. I think you can already see me again, which is great. We're working on it. Give us a second. There's always something. I do understand SpaceX and their payload deploy. They are sitting in front of their systems like this as well when something just doesn't do it. But we're here, and I'm back. I'm even back in my back end. I can see everything. I can see the chat again. We are here, and while we were gone, we got another 2,000 likes. Thank you so much for liking the stream. That helps us a lot. Okay, so now I'm still not good on the there we go. I got that as well. Okay, so Jonathan is going to take over for 5 minutes. I promise I'll be right back. Thank you so much for staying with us. There's loud music in the background, says somebody. That was SpaceX. Yeah, that was SpaceX. No, why, Rod? Yeah. We got rid of it. We get it. I see the chat is like, yeah, got the music. All good now. Yep, 5 of 5. Yeah, something crashed in the background. We fixed it as quick as we can. We're back. SpaceX is still live. We're going to see the engine relight in around 10 minutes. Jonathan is going to take over for 5 minutes. Thank you so much for congratulating us on the 600,000 subscribers. This is insane. Exactly 6 years ago, I uploaded my first video, and today we reached 600,000 subscribers. Thank you so much. Yeah, exactly. I'm following I'm following what the chat says. I'll be right back. Thank you so much.
Hello. Yeah, we did have a small technical difficulty there. I'm pretty sure we're just haunted with the streaming softwares. They really don't like us. But wow, what did we just see? That was insane. I'm super happy that our ship actually, I mean, it's not our ship, but SpaceX ship. Yeah, I'm super happy SpaceX ship actually got to orbit this time. I mean, it's not orbit, but to space. Bit unfortunate that we couldn't see that payload deploy with the Starlink satellites, because I would have loved to see the camera that was on one of those payloads, because there is actually a camera on one of the dummy satellites that would have been deployed today, and that would have been crazy cool to see. Yeah, because we would have gotten a view from outside of the Starship. Yeah. Okay, so what we can do real quick is take SpaceX off and look at a replay of the launch. And that is just the SpaceX stream replay from what we just saw. Yeah, and I can't say it enough. I'm super happy that we actually got to see it lift off now. A bit scary after all those delays there. I think we had about like 4 minutes left in a hold. Because there is actually a limit in how long you can hold the Starship, because of course it's fueled and all the fuel will slowly start evaporating again. Yeah, and it's not really great if you want to launch a rocket. So yeah. But we basically saw all clean events until, and I'm going to crop through this a bit. Let's see. So state separation, the hot staging worked perfectly fine. Let's just wait until that comes around. There we go. So we should see a replay of the hot staging in a second. And it's pretty cool. You can see the outer engines turn off first, and then the centers stay lit. So there we should see it any second now again. There we go. So yeah, that looks pretty cool. Yeah. So now we can crop a bit further through until we should have seen the booster landing, because there was actually a first anomaly, or like hopefully the only one on this flight. Let me just crop a bit further through. Because if you look really close, I'm pretty sure I do remember seeing some kind of flash in the background, because they did stress out the booster way more than they did for the last flight. And that's why they also weren't trying to catch him. So if we now look closely, I think we should see that flash in the background. Let's wait a second. Yeah, there we go. That's on the booster, and there's the flash I meant. So I'm pretty sure the booster just said bye-bye and did a small boom.
Even when we are in a spin,
Okay,
essentially.
yeah, we're back
So
on
we should
SpaceX
hopefully
feed.
continue to keep live.
Looks like the music turned back on. But yeah, so we do have some live views of Starship right now. Still high up in space. Yes. What are you seeing right now? I guess that's just clouds in the background we're seeing move by. And it's pretty dark. That's why the camera quality isn't the greatest right now. And if we look again at the flight timeline, we can see that the Raptor in-space relight is supposed to happen in roughly 5 minutes. So let's hope we're going to see that event, which would be pretty cool. And then after that, we would have the Starship entry at 45 minutes, but that is still some time to go, roughly 50 minutes. But yeah, we're way I can hear Felix in the background. Yeah, wow. Anyway, so yeah, we're way further into the test flight than we were for the last two, because the ship actually made it into space and didn't blow up on the way making there. And Felix is just coming back as well. He's pretty happy.
Okay, am I back? Am I back? I am back. I think I'm back. I just gave lots of high fives to people that are at our house. Louis from Germany is here, friend of mine, watching with us.
I didn't get a half hour.
What are we looking at there? Jonathan, what is this? They are on the night side, so it's pretty dark there right now.
Yeah, I mean, I would say looking at the camera quality, which is pretty like noisy, I would guess it's just a pretty low ISO, and that's why you can see some clouds.
And by the way, I can hear an echo in the background.
I think that's on our end.
There you go. Okay, so they're on the night side right now, but these flashing lights are something new to me. I've not seen that before. I don't know what it is. We'll find out if anybody in the chat knows. No echo there. That's perfect. This is just incredible. No, we're not ignoring SpaceX. SpaceX isn't. Is SpaceX broadcasting again? Is there any audio coming from SpaceX? Because we're coming up on the engine relight demo. They lost control of the ship. The ship is spinning. What? Loss of attitude control. It's spinning. Yo, read the chat. Yeah, I'm reading the chat right now. Ah. Well, we're hearing music right now. A fuel leak. Please tell me that the chat is just pulling jokes on us. Because this doesn't look good. It's not a joke, it's real. Okay, that's the typical bathroom break. I go to the bathroom and the ship collapses. I should have just stayed here probably. Jonathan is smiling all over the face. That is so mean. Okay, so we're not going to see a controlled re-entry. We still have a camera feed. What is it? Steffi has her finger up. Yeah. That's just a different feed, though.
No, it's the same feed, but yours is a minute behind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it does look like that we have a leaky ship, as somebody says right now. This is propellant leaking from the ship. So we're likely not going to see a controlled re-entry of the ship, but at least it wasn't the engines. The engines pulled through and everything worked. That's what I said before the Starship launched. Ooh, look at that. The flaps are working as well.
Into today's flight tests, you're seeing some flat movement here on the ship. If you've been following along, we have essentially lost attitude control on the ship at this point. It is suborbital, so it's still headed to the exact same trajectory as before. We were not able to get that payload door open and deploy those nose cones. We've been dealing with some leaks on the ship. This is also what led to that loss of attitude control. So at this point, we are kind of in a spin, and we are also going to be skipping that Raptor relight. If you've followed through the history of Starship, something similar happened, different cause, but same symptom back on Flight 3, where we weren't able to maintain attitude control in orbit. And so we're going to skip the relight of that Raptor engine while we're in space. We are going to still proceed with entry, but as we are not able to control the attitude of the ship, as we get into entry, it will enter in whatever orientation it is in at the time, which does not bode well for the ship's heat shield, as we're not going to be essentially aligned the way that we want to do for reentry. So it is definitely coming down. It is definitely heading to the Indian Ocean, but our chances of making it all the way down are pretty slim. So we'll still get as much data as we can. We're still getting live telemetry, live views from Starlink the entire time, and we'll continue to stick with ship as it continues on. We are about 10 minutes away or so until we start getting into entry, and the light will start to pick up as we cross the Indian Ocean, and we'll start to see a little bit more daylight, and we'll, as always, as long as we maintain that comm link, get some plasma on the way in and start to bring the Starship back through the Earth's atmosphere. So that coming up in about 10 minutes or so. So we'll check back in with everybody in a little bit.
All right. Tone down the music a little bit. Okay, so what we're seeing here is likely massive venting from the Starship. It doesn't look too good. It's probably not the same thing that they had on Flight 3, because on Flight 3 their attitude thrusters iced over, and that's what made them lose control, and that's not what this looks like. We're going to analyze this, of course, and wait for SpaceX's feedback, maybe even from Elon Musk at 9 tonight Eastern time. We are going to see a re-entry, but as he said, I can hear somebody else. Oh, okay. Give me a second. I'm just gonna do it real quick. So the problem now is if you can't control your attitude, you can't control which side the Starship enters with. We had the same picture on Flight 3, and it just makes it's a total dice roll. What side it'll face with when it re-enters the atmosphere, and that means the heat shield is not going to be effective. With a little luck, the Starship might actually be able to control itself with the flaps, but that would be crazy. I don't expect that. So we're likely going to see this thing disintegrate in a beautiful way, and that's it for Flight 9. But this shows that the Block 2 Starship at least goes to space and that the engines can perform. The leak is going to be... They'll have to find out what caused the leak, and that's going to be interesting. And I hope that Elon Musk tonight, during the Starship update, is going to say something about that. But before the launch started, we had a few questions from people asking how far I think SpaceX is going to progress this year. And that's exactly what I meant with, that depends on the outcome of the test flights. If you find new problems, critical problems, as they have on this flight as well, you have to fix those critical problems and come up with a solution, implement the solution, and try again. There we see the plasma forming now, I think. Or we're heading to the day side and the venting is getting more visible. But I do see some thruster activity there, or it's venting. We'll see how it goes. This could already be plasma though. It's getting brighter and brighter. Yeah, this looks like plasma. We're at 108 kilometers at 26,000 kilometers per hour, which tells you something about what that Starship has to endure right now, and that's what I meant. And it looks like it is entering with the metal side forward, because I think the flight direction is to the left right now. Meaning it doesn't enter with the shield forward, and that's exactly what we saw on Flight 3. And that means it is going to destroy itself.
No.
Ooh, that looks fiery.
No.
But they still have the camera feed up, which is insane. Through the Starlink network, they gained the ability to basically have a live feed during this, which is incredible. 102 kilometers in altitude, 26,000 kilometers per hour. It's gaining speed right now. Ooh, this looks such a torture. Camera feed lost.
You're seeing the light show start as Starship is getting closer to its reentry. If you're just tuning in, we were able to successfully make it to orbit. Run into a couple of issues as we've coasted to our entry point over the Indian Ocean. At this point, we had lost attitude control of the ship and entered into a spin. The team made the call to do what's called passivate the vehicle, so we're essentially venting all of the remaining propellant overboard, and it's going to make an uncontrolled reentry. Important to note, this is a contingency that is planned for, and we clear the zones in the Indian Ocean where these entries could take place. So we're not going to come down exactly where we would have had nothing happened, but we do clear a tremendous amount of space out in the Indian Ocean in the event that we run into this. We understand that there are always risks, essentially, with these flight tests, with the hardware, but we don't really accept any compromise when it comes to protecting people.
And it is one thing to note is we will actually still re-enter in our planned airspace zone, which is good. That is exactly what we planned for. You know, we do plan for if something does go a little bit off nominal, that we have enough airspace cleared out for situations just like this.
Yeah, re-entry is still just that really critical phase that we need to try and gather as much data, as much information as possible. Is a fully reusable heat shield has never been flown before, history of space flight, and that's something that Starship still has to crack. And so we had a whole range of experiments on this one. At this point, and we just started to lose some of our cameras, so it's very possible that we'll start to lose contact with Starship a lot sooner than we would have if it was a nominal reentry. So we are expecting it to break up essentially on its reentry over the Indian Ocean. So not able to do a lot of our on-orbit objectives today, but just the fact that we, got it into space was just a really big moment for a lot of the team.
Yeah, and another thing to note is that Super Heavy did fly for its second flight today. It first flew on Flight 7, and it made it all the way to our shutdown of all the engines and stage separation, getting ship into its suborbital trajectory today. It did ignite its 13 engines, but it did demise at that point. We did plan to fly it back down to Earth at a higher angle of attack, and we do expect it to stress the vehicle a lot more than what we've seen previously. So it's not unexpected that we did lose the booster before we got to the actual landing.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we're gonna continue to hang out and see if we get any updates on ship. It does look like we might be getting some video back soon. There we go. So
yes.
This is a view essentially on the top part of Starship. You're looking up at the payload bay and towards the nose cone. So views are going to be a little bit scarce potentially, as again we are in essentially a tumble. We had lost that attitude control. So Starlink, when it's able to connect, able to feed this down. We are at the phase where we would expect entry to start within the next minute or so. So we are entering uncontrolled, but again, we're entering into an airspace and a sea space that is cleared and monitored in advance of launch and before we get to this phase.
And with the views that we are able to see, you are seeing a lot of that plasma build up during reentry.
Oh, look at the flap.
To see about 1400 degrees Celsius, and there you can see the flap feeling that temperature there, a little bit melting away. But as we expected with the spinning of the vehicle, we are no longer controlling the attitude of the vehicle. So this is now, at this point in the test flight, it is expected to see it begin to demise a little bit on its way back down to Earth.
Yeah, and so we'll stick with it for as long as we're kind of getting any reach back from the ship as it starts to make this reentry. But yeah, so it's re-entering actively right now.
Definitely.
And again, we did do what's called passivation. So you essentially vent all of your excess propellant overboard before you hit the atmosphere. That's a safety measure we can take on the ship while you still have contact with it. So that was done. It's now coming down in the predetermined hazard area that was cleared ahead of flight. Not controlled, so we're not going to get all of that reentry data that we're still really looking forward to. This is kind of a new generation of ship. It has different flaps, improved heat shield, a whole lot of things that we're really trying to really put through the ringer, as there's a whole lot we still need to learn before we get to kind of the next step that we're hoping for, which is going to be that ship going orbital and eventually coming back here for a catch. So getting through one of these fully is going to be really important. It's not going to be today, but we are just going to stick with the ship, see what else we can learn as it makes its way through the atmosphere and brings an end to the 9th flight test. So we'll stick with it.
All right, you heard it there. Okay, I want to pick out a comment here that I saw from Robert Thompson, who said the 40s through the 80s were our finest years. Downhill from here on. Poor job, kids. I just want to remind everybody here that we are right now doing 10 times the amount of launches per year. We've driven down cost per kilogram to orbit by the factor of 10 at least. We're driving rovers on Mars, and we're taking a look at black holes with the Event Horizon Telescope. So the thing is, to get to these points, you have to test the limits, and that's what SpaceX does. And that's what this has shown again today, is that making an upper stage that is reusable, rapidly reusable, isn't easy. We've seen another leak somewhere, which could be vibration related, because on the ground,
joining us. We did have an on-time liftoff from Starbase, Texas at 6:30 p.m. Central Time of the Flight 9 vehicle. We did have some incredibly stressing objectives today. The Super Heavy booster flew for its second flight. It first flew on Flight 9 and made its way to take ship all the way up to stage separation, doing its second flight ever, which is pretty incredible. We did lose the booster on the way back down, as we did fly it back down at a higher angle of attack. So as expected, we did have it demise on the way back down.
Yeah, we were able to get all the way to that landing burn, though. So we made it through that higher angle of attack. So a lot of great data that's going to help us improve those future booster flights.
Yeah, we did do the directional flip, and it worked.
Yep.
It was actually
Flipped
a
in the
great
right
view
direction.
that we saw. And then ship continued, 6 healthy Raptor engines in the beginning of its flight, making it all the way to SECO and coasting for quite a while. We made it to the expected time that we would open up the payload door. Unfortunately, the door did not open as we expected it to, so we did not deploy the 8 Starlink satellites.
Yeah, we ran into a couple of issues once ship got there, but I can tell you it was a pretty crazy moment for a lot of the people that were standing here for ship to make it there. It's been a couple of flights, but it was really exciting to see. Ran into some issues on orbit. We weren't able to deploy the Starlinks. We eventually lost attitude control, dealing with some propellant links inside of the ship. And we did lose attitude control. And just to confirm, we did lose contact with the ship officially a couple of minutes ago. So that brings an end to the 9th flight test. So still a lot of work to do, but really big moment. Chris, how's everybody doing over there in Hawthorne? What's the vibes, man?
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's a test program, and that's what we're here to do. We're here to learn, and that was definitely the vibe and the atmosphere here at Hawthorne. Would have been great to see ship get all the way through its objectives today, but with all of that data that came down through the Starlink system, we're definitely going to learn it, and we're definitely going to fix that and push forward. Also, great to see the responsible engineers here in mission control, talking with the flight control teams in Starbase. We talked about how it's great having that expert knowledge on console to be able to go to at a moment's notice, and that really helped us make the right decisions in orbit today when we decided to passivate the vehicle. So we will be here looking forward to Flight 10 and some success on future flights.
Yep.
All right, well, obviously congratulations to everybody that poured so much time, effort into getting this rocket off the pad. The last 2 months have been an absolute gauntlet for a lot of people, and we're continuing to learn more about this ship, about this rocket. We are trying to do something that is impossibly hard, and it's not always you're not going to reach it in a straight line. We said there's going to be bumps, there's going to be turns, but seeing that ship in space today was a hell of a moment for us. So congratulations to every single person who put time, effort, sweat, anything into that rocket.
Yeah, this is exactly the SpaceX way. We're going to learn, iterate, and iterate over and over again until we figure it out. So thank you to everybody for tuning in. Thank you for the fine people of Cameron County, including the residents of the newest city of Starbase, as well as the Coast Guard, Federal Aviation Administration, Government of Mexico, as well as the Australian Space Agency.
All right, now, this is not the end. We're going to have a whole bunch of cool liftoff stuff, so be sure to follow us on X at SpaceX for more, and we will see you back here for Flight 10. Thanks for tuning in.
All right. Okay. That was SpaceX Flight 9, Starship Flight 9. We have, that's a live view of the pad. That's what it looks like after. As I said, this is a rocket that has not been built like this yet, and that's why they're researching these things, and that's why they're hitting these problems and milestones at the same time. I'm very, very much looking forward to Flight 10. I'm super happy that everybody tuned in. This was a blast. Yeah, how many subscribers did we end up getting? Somebody's asking that. I don't even know myself. 600,489 subscribers. So we have the big 6 in front. Starting this channel is the craziest thing I've ever done in my life, and I can guarantee you, as much as SpaceX is going to keep flying prototypes, we are going to report about it and everything else that happens in the spaceflight industry as well. It is a pleasure to bring you this. I am going to jump into analyzing the flight right now because I still have to bring an episode out for you guys tomorrow where we have a first analysis. Elon Musk is going to talk tonight. We might get some additional information about what happened during Flight 9, but the only mystery for me right now is what leaked, what caused the leak and what leaked. I saw some particles fly around inside the payload bay that might give an indicator. The spinning started early on. I was already pointing it out when SpaceX wasn't even. Spins are never a good thing because they tell a tale that you don't want to have on a planned rocket launch. Nothing just spins continuously. So there was something going on there. We got to space, which is very, very important because that shows that the Block 2 can go to space and it doesn't just fail every time on the ascent. It didn't do that. The booster, as they said themselves, was a very, very aggressive return. Everything about it was, and it would have ended in something even more aggressive. The sabotage landing burn. It was nice to see that it got to the end to where the landing burn started. I'm pretty sure the RUD had something to do with the landing burn startup because that was exactly around that time. So that might be a first clue about that, but we'll have to see. I've already asked Jordan about footage, but he said it was very, very hazy out there. So we might have to rely on SpaceX releasing more footage if they have it. We'll see about that. Yeah, here's a first beautiful shot of the ascent of Flight 9. You're going to find those, of course, on the shop. Shop.whataboutit.space is where you will find all the pictures that we took during the launch. Buy yourself a shirt, like the stream, subscribe to the channel, become a channel member, become a patron. If you like what we're doing here, I sure do. Wow. I don't know how many more times I can do this, to be honest. My pulse was like at 180 when that Starship went up. I'm very, very happy that it went to space because then I'm going to be a little calmer on Flight 10. It's crazy. The Starship ride is crazy. I can't wait to see more happening at Starbase. All the milestones that we still have in front of us. Kudos to the SpaceX team for keeping at it, for refining this design, and yeah, the journey is going to be exciting to say the least. It's going to continue like this. There are always moments where you're thinking, is this really happening? And that's the moments we're tuning in for. So thank you so much for tuning in. I don't know if Jonathan still wants to say something. I'm going to go to, yeah, there he goes. Yeah. I'm going to go over to scripting now and to probably recording even a little bit more. It's not too late yet, so that's okay. But I want to get that out to you guys tomorrow. So expect an episode release around the afternoonish tomorrow. It depends on how fast we get this edited because we don't want to just slam something out the door real quick. It's supposed to be up to Y standards, and so we'll see how that goes, but it should be tomorrow afternoon to evening. You can expect our analysis. Yeah, what do you say, Jonathan?
I mean, that was pretty crazy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm for sure gonna look forward to that episode for an analysis, so I can figure out what actually happened.
Yeah, we're going to work together on that. There's a lot of stuff to go through.
Yeah. So we'll definitely leave this live cam view online for a few more hours, probably.
Yep. As we always do.
Yeah, but also from my side, thank you all for watching. Pretty crazy stream.
Yeah. I don't know how many more times I can do this. I don't know. This is too stressful.
Like, it's very stressful.
Oh.
But okay. Yeah. So thank you all for watching. And I'll also hop off now.
Yeah. Thank you so much, everybody. And I'll see you on the next episode and on Flight 10 and hopefully at Starbase again for the first ship catch. But since they lost the ship again, we're still two flights at least away from that. But they're working on it. So give them a break for the next few days probably. And then yeah, we're going to see the next full stack on the pad pretty soon. Thank you so much for tuning in, and yeah, see you soon. Bye-bye.